Because what is love? Love is not idealization. Every true lover knows that if you really love a woman or a man, that you don't idealize him or her. Love means that you accept a person with all its failures, stupidities, ugly points, and nonetheless, the person is absolute for you. Everything life that makes life worth living, but you see perfection in imperfection itself. And that's how we should learn to love the world. True ecologist loves all this. I hope you will not be disappointed, because this time I will not do with any political interventions. It will really be about the concept of love, how can it be used politically. First, a quote. If all else perished and he remained, I should still continue to be. And if all else remained and he were annihilated, the universe would turn to a mighty stranger. I should not seem a part of it. End of quote. This is how, in Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights, Katie characterizes her relation to Heathcliff and provides a succinct definition of the unconditional erotic love. There is an unmistakable dimension of terror at work here. Think about the ecstatic trance of Tristan and Isolde, ready to obliterate the entire social reality in their immersion into the night of deadly enjoyment. Now, I could go on here about erotic love, because I sincerely think that, in contrast to our youth, the youth of those who are already old here, when, to fight for sexual freedom was experienced as liberating, and even monogamous love was considered or dismissed as a bourgeois convention and so on. I think that today more and more love, simply passionate love, is emerging as something dangerous and precisely subversive. Think about how you are addressed in your everyday life by society, what society demands of you. It's basically a kind of slightly spiritual pseudo-Buddhist hedonism. Ideology is telling you, be faithful to yourself, realize your true potentials, and experiment with your life, try all different options. Don't fixate yourself on a certain stable identities. Life is dynamic, fluid, and so on and so on. And I claim within this economy, not only is stable love, passionate love, emerging as an obstacle to your authentic development, but even the crucial dimension of love is gradually disappearing. What is love? As Alain Badiou, our good friend, who wasn't able to come here, put it in his wonderful book, In Praise of Love, there is always something traumatic, extremely violent in love. Love is a permanent emergency state. You fall in love. And it's crucial that in English and in French, we use this expression, to fall in love. You lose control. It's really, I claim that love, the experience of passionate love, is the most elementary metaphysical experience. It's a Platonic experience. In the sense of you lead your easy daily life, you meet friends, you go to parties, whatever, everything is normal, maybe here and there a wine night stand, but whatever. And then you passionately fall in love. Everything is ruined. The entire balance of your life is lost. Everything is subordinated to this one person. I almost cannot imagine in normal daily life, outside war and so on, a more violent experience than that of love. And I think, which is why all the advisors that we need today are trying precisely to domesticate or to erase this excess of love. It's as if love is too poisonous, and then they tell you, the trick that they try to offer you, all the marriage agencies, dating agencies, is how to find yourself in love without falling in love. This idea came to me when on one of the transatlantic flights I read one of those stupid airline journals, and there was a big text there claiming publicity text claiming we will enable you to find yourself in love without the fall, without this dangerous exposure. And I think this fits perfectly our daily narcissistic metaphysics. You know the old story that I repeat all the time. We want coffee without caffeine, we want beer without alcohol, and we want love without its dangerous moment where you get lost. But okay, enough of this. Now this is eros, erotic love. Then we have its counterpoint in Christianity, agape. Agape functions in a wholly different way. How? It may appear that in contrast to eros, with its violent subtraction from the collective space, the love for a collective succeeds in getting rid of the excess of terrorizing violence. Does agape not imply an emphatic yes to the beloved collective, ultimately to the entire humanity, or even, as in Buddhism, to the entire domain of suffering life? The first counter-argument is provided here by the reply to a simple question. Just think about it. Which political regimes in the 20th century legitimized their power by evoking the subject's love for their leader? It was the so-called, I don't like the term, totalitarian ones. Today, remember, it is only and precisely North Korean regime which evokes all the time the infinite love of the Korean people for Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and so on, and vice versa, the radiating love of the leader for his people, love expressed in continuous acts of grace. Kim Jong-il wrote a short poem along these lines. I will quote you the entire poem, just 2 lines. In the same way that a sunflower can only thrive if it is turned towards the sun, the Korean people can only thrive if their eyes are turned upwards towards their leader, towards himself, of course. Terror and mercy are thus closely linked. They are effectively the front and the obverse of the same power structure. Only a power which asserts its full terrorist right or capacity to destroy anything and anyone it wants, only such a power can systematically universalize mercy. Since this power could have destroyed everyone, those who survive are all still alive because of the mercy of those in power. Consequently, the very fact that we, the subjects of power, are alive is the proof of the power's infinite mercy. This is why the more a regime is terrorist, the more its leaders are praised for their infinite love, goodness, and mercy. Theodor Adorno was right to emphasize that in politics, love is evoked precisely when another democratic legitimization is lacking. Loving a leader means you love him for what he is, not for what he does. Okay, we may agree with this. So how about the next candidate for love as a political category? The so-called Oriental spirituality, Buddhism, with its, or so we are told, more gentle, balanced, holistic, ecological approach. You know all the stories about how, say, when digging up earth for the foundation of a house, Tibetan Buddhists are careful not to kill any worms and so on. In the whole of the last 150 years, Japan's rapid industrialization and militarization, with the ethics of discipline and sacrifice, was sustained by the large majority of Zen Buddhist thinkers, Who today knows that Daisetsu Suzuki himself, the high guru of Zen in the United States of the 1960s, supported in his youth, in Japan of the 1930s, the spirit of utter discipline and militaristic expansion. There is no contradiction here, no manipulative perversion of some authentic, compassionate insight. The attitude of total immersion into the selfless now of the instant, the so-called Buddhist enlightenment, in which all reflexive distance is lost, in short, in which absolute discipline coincides with total spontaneity, perfectly legitimizes our subordination to the militaristic social machine. It's quite interesting to read this, to read Buddhist texts on war, where they claim that openly for ordinary people who don't have time to meditate for years, the best shortcut towards overcoming your false self and reaching nirvana, satori, however we call it, is total subordination to the military discipline. And Suzuki himself wrote a wonderful text where he even gives the advice to the military into how using Buddhism to make killing easier. He says, if I persist in my everyday attitude of false belief that I have a self which is the free agent of its acts, then let us say I have to kill one of you. Then this is difficult because you are here, I see it, I look into your eyes, I find it difficult, should I stab the knife into you? I feel responsible. Then Suzuki says, but if you reach Buddhist enlightenment, the thing gets much easier. You no longer believe in your autonomous self, you perceive yourself as just a void, an anonymous, impassive observer of life around you, where phenomena simply are engaged in their cosmic dance, which is a totally neutral process. And from this distance, as Suzuki puts it, you simply observe your knife in a cosmic dance of phenomena hitting the eye or the throat of your enemy and so on. Now, this is no joking matter, because I'm not blaming Buddhism for this. I'm just saying how even the most radical spirituality is no guarantee that it will not be doing horrible things in our daily life. So again, what this means is that the Buddhist all-encompassing compassion has to be opposed to the Christian intolerant, violent love. I want to praise the Christian love, although Christians would probably lynch me for what I will say now. The Buddhist stance is that of indifference, of quenching all passions which strive to establish differences, while the Christian love is a violent passion to introduce difference, a gap in the order of being, to privilege and elevate some object at the expense of others. Love is violence, not in the vulgar sense of the well-known Balkan proverb, if he doesn't beat me, he doesn't love me. Violence is already the love choice as such, which tears its object out of its context, elevating it to the sublime absolute thing. In Montenegro folklore, so I was told by Andrei Nikolaidis, my Montenegro friend, the origin of evil is a beautiful woman. She makes men around her lose their balance. She literally destabilizes the universe, colors all things with a tone of partiality. Among Christian theologists, it was Gilbert Keith Chesterton who fully assumed the consequences of this violent aspect of love. One has to get rid of the old Platonic topos of love as eros, which gradually elevates itself from love for a particular individual through the love for the beauty of a human body in general, and then the love of the beautiful form as such, to finally the love for the supreme good beyond all forms. True love is precisely the opposite move of forsaking the promise of eternity itself for an imperfect individual? What if the gesture of choosing temporal existence, of giving up eternal existence for the sake of love, from Jesus Christ to, for example, Siegmund in the Act 2 of Richard Wagner's Die Walküre, who, Siegmund, prefers to remain a common mortal if his beloved Sieglinde cannot follow him to Valhalla, the eternal dwelling of the dead heroes. What if this is the highest ethical act of them all? I think this is the message of Christianity which is still alive. Not forsake all terrestrial things for eternity, but love means, I know you are a miserable mortal being, but I'm ready to forsake eternity itself for you. Based on this insight, Chesterton rejected the fashionable claim about the alleged spiritual identity of Buddhism and Christianity. Here is a well-known, I want to repeat it, quote from Chesterton, from his orthodoxy, quote, "Love desires personality, therefore love desires division. It is the instinct of Christianity to be glad that God has broken the universe into little pieces. This is the intellectual abyss between Buddhism and Christianity. That for the Buddhist, personality is the fall of man. For the Christian, it is the purpose of God, the whole point of his cosmic idea. The world soul of the Theosophists or Buddhists asks man to love it only in order that man may throw himself into it. But the divine center of Christianity actually threw man out of it in order that we might love it. All modern philosophies are chains which connect and fetter. Christianity is a sword which separates and sets free. No other philosophy makes God actually rejoice in the separation of the universe into different living souls." End of quote. A tremendous violence thus dwells in the very heart of the Christian notion of love for one's neighbor. The violence which finds its most direct expression in a series of Christ's disturbing statements. Here are some of these passages from Gospels. Just listen to them. You may be surprised what you find in Gospels. Christ saying, talking all the time, "Do not think that I came to bring peace on the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I came to set a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and man's enemies will be the members of his household. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me." Next quote. "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple." Next quote, the best one, I think. "Perhaps people think that I have come to cast peace upon the world. They do not know that I have come to cast conflicts upon the earth. Fire, sword, war. For there will be fire in a house. There will be 3 against 2 and 2 against 3, father against son, son against father, and they will stand alone." The final quote. So how are we to read these statements? And believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I'm asking all the time when I engage in debates with Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox priests, I'm asking them, okay, just tell me what this means. And it's incredible how they try to squeeze out, you know. One way is the, the linguistic one. They claim, no, maybe hate is not the right translation. That Christ just wanted to say, if you love some other people more than me, not to hate them. I claim this is a blasphemy for a true Christian. God appears here then as a stupid, jealous guy, you know. You can love others, but be sure that you love me more. That's an obscenity. Or the best answer was given to me by a Polish priest in Warsaw during a debate. When I asked him, what does this mean? And he told me, oh my God, I didn't expect this question today. I would need more time to prepare the answer. To which I answered him, fuck you, you had 2,000 years to prepare the answer, you know. I didn't pull out an unknown passage. And it's, again, absolutely incredible how they are really not ready to provide a clear answer. What do these lines mean? To put it in a somewhat simplified way, there are two basic attitudes discernible in the history of religions. On the one hand, there is the pagan cosmos, the divine hierarchical order of cosmic principles, which, when copied onto society, gives the image of a congruent edifice in which each member is at its own place. The supreme good is here, the global balance of principles, and evil stands for their derailment or derangement, for the excessive assertion of one principle to the detriment of others, of the masculine to the detriment of the feminine, of reason to the detriment of feeling, and so on. The cosmic balance is then re-established through the work of justice, which, with inexorable necessity, sets things straight again by crushing the derailed element. With regard to the social body, an individual is good when he or she acts in accordance with his special place within the social edifice, when he respects nature, which provides food and shelter, when he shows respect for his superiors, when he takes care of his followers or children in a fatherly way, and so on and so on. And evil is defined as evil occurs when some particular strata or individuals are no longer satisfied with their proper place. Children no longer obey parents, servants no longer obey masters, rulers no longer take care of their subjects, and so on and so on. I think that this is the ethics which even now is re-emerging often in the guise of some New Age wisdom. It's called so-called holistic approach. You know, every element should remain at its proper place, evil is imbalanced, and so on and so on. I claim that Christianity does precisely the opposite. Christianity introduces into the global balanced order a principle totally foreign to it, a principle that, measured by the standards of a traditional cosmology, cannot but appear as a monstrous distortion. The principle according to which each individual has an immediate access to the universality. In Christianity, the universality of the Holy Spirit, or today, the universality of human rights, freedoms, and so on. I can participate in this universal dimension directly, irrespective of my special place within the global social order. So do Christ's scandalous words, which I quoted, not point in the same direction? Here, of course, we are not dealing with a simple, brutal hatred demanded by a cruel and jealous God. When Christ says, if you don't hate your father and mother, you cannot be my follower, I think the point is not that you should simply hate them as living beings. I think that it's in a very simple way you can resolve this dilemma. Father, mother, and so on, here stand or condense the entire hierarchic social order, the network of relations of domination, subordination, and so on. So that the hatred Christ mentions is simply the hatred of established social hierarchy. You are my follower if, instead of functioning as a part of social hierarchic order, you see as your true home, as it were, Holy Spirit, an unconditionally egalitarian community. Or, as St. Paul put it, it is love that enjoins us to unplug from our social community into which we were born, so that, you know the passage, there are neither men nor women, neither Jews nor Greeks. This is, I think, the very, I'm simplifying it of course, but nonetheless, the very core of the Christian insight for me. God dies. Christ dies. At the same time, the Father dies. All that survives is Holy Spirit, which is the first name of the Communist Party, as we know. A radically egalitarian society which violently opposes social hierarchy, an immediate violent assertion of universal equality. And it is against this Christian background that we should read Che Guevara's well-known statement on revolutionary love, a quote from Che Guevara. At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. End of quote. There is a further step to be made here. Guevara's statement that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love should be read together with his more problematic statement on revolutionaries as killing machines. Now comes the other statement. Hatred is an element of struggle, relentless hatred of the enemy that impels us over and beyond the natural limitations of man and transforms us into effective, violent, selective, and cold killing machines. That's the other quote. These two apparently opposite stances are united in Che Guevara's well-known motto. One must endure, become hard, toughen oneself without losing tenderness. End of quote. I think Guevara is here basically paraphrasing Christ's declaration of the unity of love and sword. In both cases, the underlying paradox is that what makes love angelic, what elevates it over mere unstable, pathetic sentimentality is its cruelty itself, its link with violence. So while Guevara certainly believed in the transformative power of love, he would never have been caught humming "All you need is love." What you need is to love with hatred. Or, another strange bedfellow here, as Søren Kierkegaard put it long ago, the necessary consequence, the truth of the Christian demand to love one's enemy is, quote from Kierkegaard, is the demand to hate the beloved out of love and in love. So high, humanly speaking, to a kind of madness, can Christianity press the demand of love is to be the fulfillment of the law. Therefore, it teaches that the Christian shall, if it is demanded, be capable of hating his father and mother and sister and beloved. End of quote. With regard to social order, this means that the authentic Christian tradition rejects the wisdom that the hierarchic order is our fate, that all attempts to mess with it and to create another egalitarian order have to end up in destructive horror. Agape as political love, and following Terry Eagleton, this is how I would propose to translate agape, is simply political love. Agape means that the unconditional egalitarian love for the neighbor can serve as the foundation for a new social order. The form of appearance of this love is the so-called apocalyptic millenarism, or the idea of communism, the urge to realize an egalitarian social order of solidarity. Love is the force of this universal link which, in an emancipatory collective, connects people directly in their singularity, bypassing their particular hierarchic determinations. Terror is terror out of love for the universal singular others against the particular. This terror names exactly the same as the work of love. So my reproach to the fundamentalist terrorists, Islamist or Christian, should be that precisely they are not terrorists in the right way, that they shirk from authentic terror of the work of love. Now you will be saying, am I crazy? What distinguishes this from a murderous terrorist who kills but claiming I'm killing you because of your eternal soul, and so on and so on? I will try to explain this in the remaining part by beginning with what is precisely the form of non-love today, which poses as love, charity. One, again, of the names and practices of non-love today. When we see an ad with starving children in Africa, with a call to do something to help them, like something like for the price of a couple of cappuccinos, you can save their life and so on, I claim that the true message is something like, don't think, don't politicize, forget about the true causes of their poverty. Just act, contribute money, so that you will not have to think. In short, the true message is, for the price of a couple of cappuccinos, you can continue your ignorant, pleasurable life, not only not feeling any guilt, but even feeling good for participating in the struggle against suffering. So, how would this notion of love, which is the opposite of charity, charity is false love, because charity is love with the true aim of which is to make you feel good. My God, what a great man I am. You see, I'm helping all the children starving in Somalia and so on and so on. How would the authentic violent love help us to orient ourselves today? Let me begin with a wonderful quote from last Christmas issue of the magazine Spectator. In this issue, there is an editorial entitled Why 2012 Was the Best Year Ever. This editorial argues against the perception that we live in a dangerous, cruel world where things are bad and getting worse. Here is the first paragraph of this editorial. I quote, "It may not feel like it, but 2012 has been the greatest year in the history of the world." That sounds like an extravagant claim, but it is borne out by evidence. Never has there been less hunger, less disease, or more prosperity. The West remains in the economic doldrums, but most developing countries are charging ahead, and people are being lifted out of poverty at the fastest rate ever recorded. The death toll inflicted by war and natural disasters is also mercifully low. We are living in a golden age. End of quote. Now, the first thing to add here, even if why not? I always like to concede to the devil what belongs to the devil. Even many things are true in this statement. But the first thing to add is that people rebel not when things are really bad, but when their expectations are disappointed. French Revolution took place after the king and the nobles were for decades gradually losing their full hold on power. The 1956 anti-communist revolt in Hungary exploded after Imre Nagy, the reformist prime minister later shot by the Soviets, was already prime minister for 2 years. And after relatively free debates among intellectuals were allowed. Even a closer example, people rebelled in Egypt in 2011 because there was some minimal economic progress under Mubarak, given rise to a whole class of educated young people who participated in the universal digital culture. And this is why the Chinese communists are right to be in panic, precisely because on average, Chinese are now living considerably better than 40 years ago. But the social antagonisms between the newly rich and the rest exploded, plus expectations are much higher. That's the problem with development and progress. They are always uneven, they give birth to new instabilities and antagonisms, they generate new expectations which cannot be met. In Tunisia or Egypt, just prior to the Arab Spring, the majority probably lived a little bit better than decades ago, but the standard by which they measured their insatisfaction was much higher. So yes, the Spectator is in principle right, claiming that we live in a golden era, but the very facts that Spectator emphasizes are creating conditions for revolt and rebellion. So again, what rebellion? There is a more down-to-earth version of this claim of Spectator, which I often hear in mass media, especially when I visit non-European countries. They laugh at me and they say, crisis. What crisis are you talking about? Look at the BRIC countries, Poland, South Korea, Singapore, Peru, even many sub-Saharan African states. They are all progressing. The losers are only West Europe and, up to a point, the United States. So we are not dealing with a global crisis, but just with the shift of the dynamics of progress away from the West. Is a portent symbol of this shift, not the fact that recently many people from Portugal, a country in deep crisis, are returning to Mozambique and Angola, ex-colonies of Portugal, but this time as economic immigrants, not as colonizers. So what if our much decried crisis is a mere local crisis in an overall progress? Even with regard to human rights, is the situation in China and Russia now not much better than 50 years ago? Decrying the ongoing crisis as a global phenomenon is thus a typical Eurocentrist view, and the view coming from leftists who usually pride themselves on their anti-Eurocentrism. There is a partial truth in it. And again, admit what is true. It's true that globally economy is progressing. I mean, the crisis in some sense is not global. But nonetheless, I think we should restrain here our anti-colonialist joy a little bit. The question to be raised is, if Europe is in gradual decay, what is replacing its hegemony? Capitalism with Asian values, which of course has nothing to do with Asian people, and everything with the clear and present tendency of contemporary capitalism as such everywhere to suspend or at least limit, constrain democracy. From Marx on, the truly radical left was never simply progressist. It was always obsessed by the question, what is the hidden price of progress? Marx was fascinated by capitalism, by the unheard of productivity it unleashed. He just insisted that this very success engenders antagonisms. And we should do the same with today's progress of global capitalism. Keep in view its dark underside. How? Where? First, I want to note something about the status of universality, because critiques of Eurocentrism usually emphasize the ideological limitation, lie, deception of Western European universalism, claiming that, for example, and they are right up to a point, when we talk about human rights, we privilege a certain ideological set of human rights specific of Western individualist societies, and so on and so on. That's true, but the situation is a little bit more complicated, because in a properly dialectical Marxist perspective, yes, every universality can be false. It is always overdetermined by some particular content. For example, human rights, yes, but if you look closely at it, human rights secretly privilege white, male people of some property, and so on and so on. So whenever it's clear that this is in some sense true. For example, when we talk about Chinese philosophy, it's clear that we are doing a Eurocentrist operation, because philosophy as we know it emerged in Europe, and if we apply the same notion to Chinese thought, the Chinese thought is automatically in a disadvantage, and so on and so on. But this historicist relativism, beware how universality can be a false universality, is just one side of the story. Marx is saying something, I think, which is much more actual today, that we are not only less universal than we think. We think universal human rights, we privilege European, patriarchal, whatever rights. We are also much more universal than we think we are. For Marx, the uniqueness of capitalism is that as agents on a market, we ourselves as individuals occupy a universal position, in the sense that we relate to ourselves as universal subjects, universal in the sense that we are no longer fully rooted in or identified with a particular social, ideological, and so on positions. It's not a universality with regard to others. It's I relate to myself as someone who, for example, today I'm an engineer, I lose this work, tomorrow I can be a taxi driver, then I don't know what. Our particular field of work is experienced as something ultimately contingent. The same goes for market commodities and so on. So universality is a way of life, as it were. It's a mode of our immediate experience. And now the big question is, what role, with regard to the process of emancipation, this brutal late capitalist universality, this unheard of force of capitalism to dissolve all particular modes of life and so on has. I want now to do something extremely problematic. I want to rehabilitate a text of Marx, rather two texts, which are usually dismissed by post-colonial studies as embarrassing cases of Marxist racism and Eurocentrism. His two short, from 1853, articles on India, the British rule in India and the future results of British rule in India. Marx admits here without restraint the brutality and exploitative hypocrisy of the British colonization of India, which goes up to the systematic use of torture, prohibited in the West but outsourced to India. Really, nothing new under the sun. There were Guantanamos already in the midst of the 19th century British Empire. The quote from Marx: "The profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home where it assumes respectable forms to the colonies where it goes naked." End of quote. All that Marx adds is, quote, "England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society without any symptoms of reconstitution yet appearing. This loss of its old world, with no gain of a new one, imparts a particular kind of melancholy to the present misery of the Hindu, and separates Hindustan, ruled by Britain, from all its ancient traditions, and from the whole of its past history. England, it is true, is causing a social revolution in Hindustan, revolution which was actuated only by the vilest interests and was stupid in her manner of enforcing this interest. But that is not the question. The question is, can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crime of England, England was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about the revolution. Now, this is the Marx usually attacked. One should not dismiss here the talk of the unconscious tool of history. Marx is not a naive teleologist claiming, the British brutal exploitation of India was a tool of some higher historical reason which made it an instrument of future progress, and so on and so on. All Marx claims is that the British colonization of India unintendedly created conditions for the double liberation of India, from the constraints of its own traditions as well as from colonization itself. And there is even an empirical proof of this. Do you know that the British they were intelligent enough, the British colonizers, they knew that if they allowed their colonization to simply dissolve traditional ideological, social Indian edifice, castes, and so on, that this may create revolutionary upheavals in India. So interesting to notice how from the very beginning of their colonialist critics claim, British colonizers wanted to us to lose our tradition and to impose Western standards. No, on the contrary, they put hard work into re-establishing some kind of resuscitating old, stable, value, ideological, religious systems which would keep India a stable, inert society ready to be exploited. For example, the ultimate Indian ideological textbook, The Loss of Manu, a pretty terrifying book, a detailed justification of caste system with detailed descriptions where to do. You know, I learned with surprise from my Indian friends that in 17th century at least this book was half forgotten. It was just lost in different transcriptions. It is in the earlier 19th century that the British colonizers re-established, resuscitated this book. So I claim in this sense that all this topic about respect for local cultures and so on was from the very beginning the crucial part of the process of colonization. British didn't want for the Indians to become like them. They want them in their inert traditional ways, and they even went as far as to praise immensely the superiority of their spirituality. The standard memoir of a British colonizer in India reads something like that. Yes, we may be richer materially, the British. Yes, we bring progress and industry to India. But when you see a simple yogi saint praising there, don't you feel how worthless we are? Don't you feel the infinite depth of that simple spirituality and so on and so on? I claim that this is absolutely crucial. You take this false respect from the other, from colonialism. You lose colonialism itself. What do we have to accept here? We have to accept that, a quote from another great dialectician, Richard Wagner, from his Parsifal, Die Wunde schließt der Speer nur, der sie schlug. The wound can only be healed by the very spear that smote. That is to say, we should insist on what Marx insists, on this radical, brutal, but radical ambiguity of colonization. That is to say, that it is the very power of social disintegration unleashed by colonization. All traditional forms of identity, traditional ethical mores dissolve and so on, which at the same time opens up the space for liberation, also for anti-colonial liberation. What do we mean by this? Let me give you another example from India itself. When I was there 2 years ago, I got into a heated debate with some Indian cultural theorists who complained about the fact that they had to use English language as their expression. They claimed this is already a form of cultural colonization which censors our true identity. They claim, can you see how strong colonization is even now when we try to formulate our project of liberation from colonialism, we have to do it in the language of the colonizers. This was a quote from one of them. We have to speak in an imposed foreign language to express our innermost identity. And does this not put us in a position of radical alienation? Even our resistance to colonization has to be formulated in the language of the colonizer. My answer to this was, yes, but this imposition of English, a foreign language, created the very X, unknown quantity, which is oppressed by it. That is to say, and this was my message, and it's typical what happened to me. I was shocked how this message was received differently among my partners in debate there, but in strict correlation to the social status. The top Brahmin intellectuals shouted at me as colonizer, blah, blah. The Dalits, the untouchables, immediately accepted it. Namely, my message was, it's true. when you are forced to speak a foreign language, you feel deprived of the very core of your identity. But my thesis is here a much more radical one. It is that which you feel deprived of is a specter engendered by this very colonial imposition of a foreign language. In other words, it's a very refined dialectical paradox. If some of you are philosophers, Hegel uses a wonderful term, der absoluter Gegenstoß, the absolute recoil counterpunch for this. How? The very loss, in a properly dialectical notion of history, the very loss of something creates the lost dimension. We don't have a pre-colonial India and then brutal colonization, which makes the people aware what they lost, and then in anti-colonial struggle they are trying to regain what they lost. No, the pre-colonial India was something totally different. It's irredeemably lost. Insofar as it's not lost, it precisely serves colonizers. This new dimension that you are craving for example, in the case of India, a new, modern, democratic India, the very program of decolonization is something engendered by colonization itself as a reaction to it. Another example to make this clear. You know, he is one of my heroes, Malcolm X, the great American, a little bit more violent than Martin Luther King, fighter for black rights. You know why he has chosen this no family name, but just X? X, unknown quantity, instead of, I don't know what, family name. Of course, at an immediate level, he wanted to emphasize how the blacks, by being torn out of their African ancestral homes, that they are deprived of their roots. But the program of Malcolm X was not, so let's return to those roots. But X means, what if we grasp this very void into which our enslavement put us? The fact that we don't have any genuine tradition to rely on, that we have to, as it were, collectively reinvent our identity as a unique opportunity of freedom. And it's also clear that he followed this line. At the end, we may debate it if he was right. He found the new universalist frame in Islam. He became Muslim. So he had no dreams about returning to origins. If you want further proofs of what I'm saying, never forget in South Africa that it was the greatness of African National Congress that they absolutely resisted all the bullshit about returning to some authentic African roots. The one who was preaching return to African roots was King Buthelezi, a local king there, who, as we all know, was collaborating with apartheid forces. He was even directly financed by the Pretoria apartheid government. No, to see the truth of what I'm saying, you should really read history. For example, you should read the apartheid, white racist justification of, well, apartheid system. It was not we whites are more. Of course, it was this de facto, but the justification was something like, what a precious difference of cultures we have here. We have Bushman, Hottentot, this, that. If we allow them, if we give them equality in the modern sense, all these precious spiritual traditions, all we get lost in our vulgar Westerns, mechanical, imperialist, non-holistic, whatever civilization. The idea was strictly, of course, a fake multiculturalism, but nonetheless a multiculturalism. And again, the greatness of Mandela and so on was always to insist, no, we should beat the white people at their own field by being more universal than they are. And so again, back to India. I think that the solution is not to look for some lost British identity, but it's a crazy paradoxical solution, but accepted by Dalits and so on. To see decolonization as a welcome chance of getting rid of old rules and to take the fact that India is lacking now, is being deprived of their proper tradition again, as a chance of achieving a much more open, egalitarian, democratic society. And believe me or not, Western conservatives are becoming aware of it. For example, I read a wonderful complaint by an American conservative linguist who says we shouldn't be too glad about the primacy of English language, because he says, and he was right, that the language, the English language, which is now becoming lingua franca, is no longer the old English of true British people, but it is an English spoken by Indian merchants in Bombay, by Singapore bankers, and so on and so on. The English itself as universal language is being stolen from British people themselves. So again, this is what I see as the core of Marxist insight. I don't believe in anti-colonial resistance on behalf of any return to some primordial lost roots and so on and so on. If anything, we should advocate an ever further universalization, further loss of our local or whatever roots. Next point, and now I'm approaching the end, I want to make very briefly, is that what does this mean again for us concretely today? There is a certain, how should I call it, paradigm which unites many modern or not so modern philosophers. Let's call it Hölderlin paradigm. By Hölderlin, I mean Friedrich Hölderlin, the great German poet whose best-known hit line, as you know, is "Wo das Gefahr ist, wächst das Rettende auch." Where the danger is, grows also what can save us. The idea is that our epoch is the epoch of extreme danger, extreme alienation for Marx, or loss of our roots in global technology for Heidegger. But at this point of extreme loss is also the opportunity for what Heidegger calls the kehre, for the reverse. You know, when things are lost, there is a chance of reverse. For example, the whole eschatology of Marx is based on this. Capitalism is utter alienation. Workers are totally deprived of all of the substantial objective conditions of their work, but this very deprivation liberates them from all particular roots, creates them as universal subject who may reappropriate the universal substance. The next, my final thesis is that I think we should resist this paradigm of we are at the moment of kairos, you know, dangerous time, the very limit, everything is almost lost, but maybe there is a chance in this total enslavement for total liberation, whatever. I think on the opposite, that Hegel, our situation is much closer to that experienced by Hegel. We had a revolution. For Hegel, it was the French Revolution. For us, the communist attempts of the 20th century and other attempts. And it's obvious, although Hegel's critique of French Revolution is a complex matter, but it's obvious that things went terribly wrong in Stalinism and so on, or for Hegel in the French Revolutionary Terror and so on. And the whole problem of Hegel, if we read him properly, is how in these conditions of failure, when, for example, communism, the way we experienced it in the 20th century, was a fiasco globally, more or less, not totally, but nonetheless, how to save the legacy, how to remain faithful to it, how to do it again, how precisely not to betray what was worth fighting in it. Because the fiasco of communism was used not only by anti-communists, but in a much wider sense by ruling ideology to put in question basically the entire legacy of modernity. You know, first it began with communism is over. It was a dangerous utopia. Then, as you probably know, it went on into, because of this lucky or unlucky coincidence, 1789, 1989, 200 years, that an era which began with the French Revolution is over, in 1789, this egalitarian modern era. Then you can go further, modernity, all modernity was a fiasco. No wonder that, and you can feel this even in TV series, Game of Thrones, or all this desire for a new neo-Gothic universe, that there is a big unease with modernity. And you find here strange bedfellows from extreme right, which basically claims that it all began with Luther or European modernity, all horrors began there, up to a person for whom I have a great admiration, for example, Evo Morales, president of Bolivia, who said capitalism killed Mother Nature, as if the catastrophe started there. No, it didn't. I think that more than ever today, when we are faced with all horrors of global capitalism and so on, more than ever, I claim, we should remain faithful to this Marxist insight that modernization is a radically ambiguous process, and that any return to pre-modern values, traditions, only serves to accelerate, to strengthen what is most dangerous in modernization, that the only way out is through bringing modernization to its end. And now to conclude, really, this brings me back to the beginning. We encounter here the very dilemma with which I began, the two ways. Either this holistic, pseudo-oriental, because with Buddhism things are much more complex, but I will not go into it now. This idea of holistic, global harmony, universal compassion, which will close the wound of modernity, or to accept that the wound itself, by wound I mean this cut of modernity, violent interruption of traditional order by modern universalism, beginning with Christianity and so on, or that this is our only salvation. Since there were no dirty jokes, I would nonetheless like to begin with to end with a very dirty joke that I heard, believe it or not, in Ramallah from a Palestinian Christian. They are wonderful people, sense of humor. He told me this joke about Jesus Christ. The night before Jesus was arrested and crucified, he was there praying alone in the tent. Jesus Christ, his followers, apostles, gathered around the tent and started to worry. Like, Christ was still a virgin. He didn't have sex. And they say, my God, our Lord did so much to us, so many great things, and he will die tomorrow, being crucified without any joy and happiness. So why don't we make at least the last evening of Jesus Christ, why don't we bring some joy to him? So they call Mary Magdalene and ask her to go to the tent where Christ is resting and to seduce him. Of course, being who she was, Mary said, oh, with pleasure, and went there. Now, after 5 minutes, Mary Magdalene came out running with a totally horrified cry. And apostles were wondering, what happened there, my God? Is Christ secretly a pervert? Did he torture her or what? No, she explains. Everything went well at the beginning. I slowly undressed, I spread my legs, I showed to Christ my pussy, but then catastrophe started. He said, what a terrible wound is there. He put his hand in and healed it, made it whole, no? I am... So beware of the people too intent on healing other people's wounds. I claim in exactly the same way, if today's advocates of anti-Eurocentrism were to find themselves in actual pre-colonial reality, they would have undoubtedly uttered the same terrific scream as Mary Magdalene did. There is no way back. We have to play to the end the game of, or whatever we call it, of modernist project. I think this is the greatest temptation today, precisely, even if it's called anti-imperialism. I am totally against imperialism. I just think we should never forget that anti-imperialism is also a very much misused word. Remember that when they started to fight the British and so on, Germans and Japanese fascists were regularly using the term anti-imperialism and so on and so on. You know, I'm against imperialism, but I am not ready to sacrifice the legacy of European modernity. Precisely that passionate model of love, agape, universal love, love which is not the wisdom of keeping a distance, but fully falling into it, full engagement, losing oneself without reserve. For me, wisdom is not all that Star Wars pseudo-oriental bullshit, you know. Don't attach yourself too much to worldly object. No, attach yourself to the end to worldly object. That's the only way out for me, with all the risks this involves. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Slavoj. What can I say after the joke with Magdalena? We have, I think, enough.
You deserve it because the talk was boring. There is a better one also told to me, but this one is not obscene, it's very loving. If you want to understand what is identification in psychoanalysis, identification as basic alienation. You always identify with the decenter point. It's another story about Christ. The idea is when he was tired from all his work of religious blah blah stuff, Jesus Christ said, I need a holiday. So he took one of the apostles and went to play golf on Galilee Sea there. So okay, he was not a good golf player, so when he hit the ball fell into the sea. Not a problem of Christ, you know, he knows how to walk on water, so he went there, walked, looked down, picked up the ball, went back. Came back, and then the apostle told Christ, but listen, this is simply too difficult a hit for you, you know, you cannot do it. Even who is the big guy? Even Tiger Woods couldn't have done it. Christ says, wait a minute, Tiger Woods is an ordinary black guy, I'm a god. I can at least do what Tiger Woods can, and he tries again. But he misses again, and again goes to walk on the water. At that point, and I like this historical nonsense, I mean, at that point, a group of American tourists comes by on a tour there, step out and look at it. And one of them, looking, goes to Apostle and says, who is that idiot walking on the water there? What does he think? Who does he think he is? Jesus Christ? Apostle says, no words. He thinks he is Tiger Woods. You know? So you see, even God needs a foreign identification. Like even Christ needs Tiger.
Questions? Okay, there is a first question there already.
The question is pretty short and simple. Yesterday you said that you do not want to be mobilized politically longer than 2 months in order to, I don't know, be able to do your philosophy. Are you ready to be in love longer than 2 months?
It's a really good question.
That's a good question. If we were to live in a real democratic, socialist, Stalinist society, this would be the last question you would ask, and tomorrow the question would have been, who was the last one to see you alive? Oh, quite seriously, let me answer like this. In matters of love, it may sound stupid and shocking, but yes, I know it's difficult, but miracles do happen. By miracle, I mean love which lasts for life. For example, there was a French ecologist, social theorist whom we know. I'm sure that if he were to be still alive, he would be here with us today. How do you pronounce André Gortz? You know, he wrote, I forgot the title, a wonderful. Yeah, is it translated?
No, it's in English, but...
Yeah, it's an incredible book. When he was a young guy, immediately after the war, he fell passionately in love. He was Austrian Jew living in France with a British girl who was also in France. And for 58 years, they were absolutely in love. And at the end, when she was dying of cancer, when she was approaching the end, he killed herself with her together. It's an incredibly touching, simple story. I'm not saying this happens regularly, but the miracle of love happens. And I think even that I'm absolutely not saying anything conservative here. I'm saying something very even leftist, revolutionary. It's on the contrary, as I hinted at the beginning, the mass media propaganda who try to convince us, everything is changing, you have to experience life. No, I don't do it. When I find the right woman, the right person, I don't want to experience too much other life. So I think simply that this is the difference. I am opposed to that cheap Freudo-Marxism from my youth, where the idea is that sexual is political in the immediate sense. Revolution should be a big fuck and, and so on. And if you are in love with one woman, it's the elementary form of bourgeois individualism, whatever, and so on and so on. No, as to politics, first, I wouldn't say that what I was targeting at when I said I don't want to be for more than 2 weeks politically engaged fully, that I didn't target agape love. What I target is this, a certain dismissal of ordinary people that I find here. I spoke with many leftists, sincere leftists, who said, look how easily people are corrupted. You offer them something, after 2-3 months they get tired of mobilization. But wait a minute, can they even... I found nothing dismissive or cheap or corruptive in the fact that an ordinary person wants his peaceful, decent life and so on and so on. I'm not ready to betray this as some form of alienation or whatever. That was only my point. That not that nothing can be changed at that everyday level, but that on the contrary, the only changes which truly count are those changes at the very everyday level. They are the most difficult changes. There, and this also confirms my other point, that today, maybe we no longer live in an ideological era in a big sense, like projects to die for. But true ideology is in everyday life. What you buy, how you consume, what you desire, and so on. There, a change there. This is what Alexis, who is now back in Greece, was telling us before when he says that what is happening now in Greece, it's not just a political change. It is something at the level of everyday ethics that is changing. So, to answer briefly and unambiguously to your question, I think that here precisely we get a difference between erotic love passion and political passion. Political passion is temporarily limited. Erotic, if it's authentic, it's not. I'm here absolutely romantic. I think that even if it doesn't actually last forever, I still am for divorce and so on, myself having some practice in it. But even if it doesn't last, when you engage, it should be, how should I put it, within the prospect of eternity. When you are authentic, you cannot be authentically in love and already counting, let's say that now, we are in love. And that, do you think, shall we say 2 months, 3 months, then we will have to rethink it or what? It's over. Even if it's an illusion, it's a structural illusion, it must be the prospect of eternity.
So I have a question. You obviously divorced several times. Why do you marry again and again? I will end up in Gulag, I know.
You will disappear much faster than he.
No, I mean, we remember the old...
Don't you have that point in American Constitution that those who were accused of being communists in the witch hunt, that the Fifth Amendment, no? I refuse to answer this question because the answer may incriminate me, no? Something along these lines.
Okay, give us some political questions then. There is a question, yep.
Yeah. I'm trying to make some sense out of all of this mess I've just heard, but trying to connect the beginning and the end. Is it possible that communism as such failed because it was mostly tried in countries that were basically Christian, and with our understanding of love as it is kind of selfish, this is what exactly in some sense prevented the countries that tried communism to truly achieve it. As long as we, love one another instead of everyone, which should be as it is on the paper, but in reality it's not. Does this religious understanding of love prevent true communism from happening ever on planet Earth?
Nice question. I like this question. No, seriously, in what precise sense? But nonetheless, I'm not sure that I agree with it. First, I wouldn't, it's very dangerous when we are talking about the causes of the obvious, at least general. I wouldn't say it was on all levels a total failure, but generally the failure of 20th century communism. It's a very dangerous game to engage in this cultural thinking because it was too Western, too Eastern. And I got this lesson wonderfully when I visited Russia. You know that European communists, even we, ex-Yugoslav communists, like to play this game. Stalinism was there because, Russia is half Asiatic, Oriental, barbarian traditions, so revolution happened in a stupid, despotic, Asiatic country, so that's why there was Stalinism, which is absolutely not true. You can prove how all the elements can and did emerge also in the West of the same logic. But what surprised me in Russia was that when I visited then some conservatives, they told me the exactly opposite story. Russia was good, authoritarian but tolerant, organic, and then all the evil comes from the West, from violent Western modernizers. They draw a line from a little bit Ivan the Terrible, but then especially Peter the Great up to Stalin. So for them, communism was a Western rationalist, whatever, brutal imposition on. So these games are dangerous, even when you say West, but wait a minute, in China, I don't think you exactly can call Mao a great Christian. But nonetheless, if you look at the victims of not so much cultural revolution, I concede that there was an authentic aspect in cultural revolution. But for example, the great leap forward of the late 50s, which was a brutal event beyond imagination. Now even the Chinese Communist Party itself is carefully releasing figures, and the sad thing is that the figures are higher than those estimated by harshest dissident critics of communism. Dissident critics claim that 35 millions probably died from 58-9 till 61, the hunger following the Great Leap Forward. Now the official numbers are definitely over 50 millions who died. So, I wouldn't play this game. What I would nonetheless, because, that was also, not that I blame Buddhism, the point of my negative, only here, otherwise it's more complex, reference to Buddhism. I don't see here any specific, I totally reject this idea that our Christianity has a more totalitarian character and so on, while Buddhism is more holistic, peaceful. Oh, no, you find extremely brutal regimes justified in Buddhist terminology also. As to universal love, now you touch the crucial point. I don't have time to go into it. I would say that for me, an authentic communist perspective would not be love for humanity. Here I admire Marx, when they were debating when Marx was writing with Engels' Communist Manifesto, and they were debating what should be the slogan with their fellows. And some of them proposed things like, all men are brothers, love of mankind, and Marx just acidly answered, no thanks, there are quite many people whom I don't want to be my brothers, and quite many people I don't want to love, and so on. So I think that it's always something wrong in proclaiming directly universal love in this simple, all-encompassing sense. Because I think that this type of love is always founded on an exception. I love you all, always when you scratch deep enough, means something like, I love you all, and I love you all so much that I'm ready to kill all those who destroy, who undermine your universal welfare. For me, the ultimate example of this universal love is, do you remember the single most sublime scene for me from disintegration of communism in '89? In East Germany, DDR, you remember when the system was falling apart? There was one of the last sessions of the official, still communist, I think Volkskammer, People's Assembly, where he was already being attacked, but he tried to defend himself. Who he? Erich Mielke, the ultimate, the boss of Stasi, organizer of state terror, and so on. And then when people started to shout at him, look on YouTube, you find everywhere this clip. He looked surprised when people started to mock him. He said, aber ich liebe euch alle, but I love you all. I don't think this was hypocrisy. I mean, terror is for me always grounded in a false universal love. I think that authentic love is always, the majority of the people are stupid idiots, I'm ignorant, but maybe I love you, on you, just you. I much more believe in this particular exclusive love. Now you will say, what about agape that I was saying about? This is for me strictly love as a category of struggle. It's not love in the sense of I love you all. It's the sense of let's establish solidarity. The only universality that I admit today is the universality of struggle, which is why I hate this UNESCO idea, don't all human cultures have something in common? Then you end up with those absolutely boring UNESCO world reports, this culture is nice, that culture is nice. No, I think on the contrary, the only universality is we have here our problems. In Egypt, they have problems. In United, is there a common front of each of us fighting in our country against an enemy? That's love. That's love as a category of struggle. Absolutely.
Yanis Varoufakis has a question.
Can I just add something very briefly? No. That I'm not advocating when I spoke about terror, physical violence. On the contrary, I think it can be nicely proven how all brutal violence done in the 20th century was, on the contrary, a sign of impotence only. This is what brought me so much trouble in the United States when I said to provoke people, the problem with Hitler was that he wasn't violent enough. That is to say, he killed millions. But why? Because he was afraid to really change social relations. His violence was not a heroic violence. Hitler's violence was, in Nietzsche's terms, a reactive violence, a protective violence. Even with Stalin, his single most violent act, probably, the forced collectivization in the late 20s. It was a clear act of despair in the sense of the violence unleashed there was an enactment of the utter failure to find a solution to how to include farmers into the process of socialism. It was just, and so you see my point. I think that brutal, direct physical violence is, as a rule, a sign of impotence. When you are really strong, you don't need physical violence.
I thought you wanted to avoid Yanis Varoufakis' question, but you won't. Please.
Slavoj, a most wonderful representation of the wondrous discontinuity which the act of falling in love is. But let me juxtapose it against another discontinuity, suicide, which is also a major break with the self. And I'm mentioning that in the context of your quotation from The Spectator, because as we speak, Foxconn, which produces our iPhones, has electrified the roof because of 720 suicides that happened by Chinese workers jumping off. At the same time, we know that in India, the number of farmers that have committed suicide, victims of genetically modified experiments with their crops by Monsanto and the rest. And these suicides, both in Foxconn and in India, which I'm just using paradigmatically here, go completely hand in hand with spectacular economic growth, because the farming communities that use these GM crops, statistically speaking, are booming, and so is Foxconn. And despite the fact that workers in Foxconn worked for 12 hours in Dickensian conditions, conditions that Engels described so well about Manchester, in the conditions of the English working class, that in macroeconomic statistics that the Spectator takes seriously, represents the golden age that article mentions. But we need to stiffen our lip. Besides saying what Engels was saying and what Marx was saying, that the Industrial Revolution and capitalism is wonderfully ambiguous in that it simultaneously and dialectically generates immense, unprecedented wealth and unheard of depravity and deprivation. Despite that, you are quite right to insist, and we are quite right to insist, that this is nevertheless a crisis of capitalism, even measured by GDP standards. Because let's face it, you mentioned the BRICS, which they celebrate in The Spectator and The Economist and so on. None of these countries are self-sustaining. All of them are net exporters, depending on the capacity of the Atlanticist states, on the one hand, the United States, on the other, Europe, to absorb those net exports. Neither Brazil nor China can maintain that growth. They are, in a sense, completely embroiled in the capitalist crisis which is unfolding in Europe and America. So we have a growth which is utterly corrupted by massive rises in human pain, and at the same time we have a growth which is not even sustaining in its own by its own criteria. So you need to stiffen your lip a bit.
Let me emphasize this, as I totally agree with you. Let me begin with things that you said about Foxconn, because I already wrote about it. I even didn't know about this detail, but already what I knew long ago about 2 years about Foxconn, it's wonderful in the terrifying sense. For example, do you know, I read in a report given to me by a Chinese friend, do you know that as a reaction to this suicide, Foxconn, it's a wonderful measure that Michel Foucault would have loved as biopolitics, moralization, that Foxconn now makes their employees, it's the condition of getting employed there, sign an anti-suicide pact, where you promise that you will not kill yourself. Okay, that's ridiculous, but now comes the better part, and you must oblige yourself that if you see any of your neighbors, colleagues at work in a too depressed mood, that you will quickly report him. That's the other thing, is that this electrification that you mentioned is a further step from what I heard a year or two ago, and I love this, is that since these buildings they are putting together, iPads, blah, blah, are multi-store buildings, and they were jumping from up, that they were placing around the windows large networks, you know. That's what I call capitalism with a human face, you know. So that if you jump down, you will not die, you get caught in a network. But do you know then the most obscene thing which caused scandal even in China is that the boss of network visited somewhere, was it Shanghai or Taipei, I don't know where, one of the big zoos, zoological gardens there, and in an extremely open, tasteless way, he directly commented at it, I have to organize the cohabitation in my factory of so many living beings, animals, that I would like a lesson from a zoo park, how you get this, and so on and so on. But, so I totally agree with you. I also absolutely agree with your second point, which is that, of course, there is a growing crisis, and it's a structural crisis. I'm trying to read economists, you, Lazzarato, my American friends, to understand what it is about But I absolutely agree with you. I simply think that it's a dream, and it's the most dangerous utopia that we have today. It's a dream that if we somehow, how should I put it, just concentrate and don't do too much and just ameliorate things here and there, then somehow we will manage and the world, the way it is, will survive. No, I think we already are in an incredible social change of deteriorating ethical standards, political standards, and so on and so on. For example, what I always like to mention, are we aware what kind of ethical counter-revolution this is, that all of a sudden now, in a silent way, although there is some resistance, torture is of political prisoners is silently became publicly acceptable, and so on and so on. So no, I think that it's not just that the system is going on, things are changing. Things are changing. We are in the middle of the change, and as with all great changes, we are not even aware how things are changing. The only thing I maybe didn't quite get is, what do you mean by that, Stephen Lips? I agree with you. It's this terrifying impact and so on and so on. But okay, then just if you can shout back at me quickly, can you just an answer? But then, where I stand is that I'm again fully aware of all of this, but I sincerely don't believe that any reference to or reliance on some pre-modern forms of solidarity will help. That's what the Chinese are precisely trying to do it. I spoke in China with their low-level, I admit, functionaries, and they told me that's the basis of their, support for religion. Don't be deceived by that anti-Buddhist campaigns and so on. This is only when religion is politicized, but basically, Chinese government is spending billions on religion because they are fully aware that with this violent destabilization, social disintegration, and they are at the same time aware that communist ideology can no longer seriously provide social homogeneity, so they play either with patriotism, a kind of Confucian patriotism, or directly with religion. I think they are absolutely sincere in their appraisal of religion. All I'm saying is that I don't believe in this option, because it's, for me, at its most elementary, a fascist option. This is fascism. We can get modernization if we stabilize it with some forms of ancient hierarchy and so on and so on. That's the only thing on which I would insist, as it were, that there is nonetheless no way back. But the irony of what you said, I'm fully aware of. Even do you know that this is the most brutal, sad thing. The greatest number of farmers' suicides in India are in, how is called the area, it's Bengali, around Calcutta or Kolkata, West Bengal, I think. No, it's whatever. Okay, there, where the irony is that for 30 years or more, local communists were in power there. And they did a very successful thing, I was told. They distributed land to small farmers, and West Bengal, for a long time importer of food within India, started to export food. Now, and that's the sad thing, it's the communists in power who became these global market modernizers, claiming, oh, it's no longer good enough, small farm. We have to modernize, and again, they triggered, I think it's in the tens of thousands, farmers, head of families, who cannot take of their family and simply kill themselves. And we have to be very careful here about what we read in our media. For example, you remember it was reported all around our media, this couple of gang rapes. You know, a girl, I don't know where, raped with 5 men in a bus and the whole. Yeah, but my friend from India, Arundhati Roy, the writer, wrote a wonderful comment where she pointed out, why was there such a universal outcry? Because the 5 rapists were poor, lower-class people. She wrote, if you are really horrified by it, my God, go to Bombay and look at the totally tolerated by those in power structure of their whorehouses, prostitution houses. It's a complicated network where regularly agents are sent to poor parts of India or Nepal, buying girls aged from 5-6 years already, who are simply sold by poor farmers, and then they are either immediately used in bordellos, or even worse, kept as slaves reserved for rich customers, and so on and so on. You know, when you have all that horror there and everyone knows it, it is a little bit hypocritical to focus so much on that rape. I mean, if you really worry about suffering of sexually abused women, just go to Bombay and look around a little bit in those.
Well, since you asked, I'll just tell you very quickly. When I said stiffen your lip, what I meant was when we read articles like that from The Spectator, what we should say is, yes, you have a plethora of small truths on which, however, you are building a scandalous lie, just like Joseph Goebbels has taught you.
I totally agree here with you, and there are... Okay, sorry. Here I totally agree with you, and this is a nice example of how ideology functions today, you know. It's in the selection, you don't even have to tell the truth and so on. And I think when you used Goebbels here, you used a wonderful example. Because, you know, I like to say this to shock my friends. For example, when you debate with a Nazi who is ferociously anti-Semitic, the Jews, you should never limit debate simply just to facts. Facts can be manipulated. For example, if a Nazi from late 30s in Germany tells you Jews are seducing our German girls, well, of course, probably, and I hope they did, some of them did it and so on. It's at least partially true. If they say Jews are exploiting German workers, where not all, but some of the Jews were rich and so on and so on. So you see, the point is not this. The moment you accept the debate at this point, you know, you are lost. So, but still, you know what's the problem for me of the left? It is nonetheless, and I ask you now, as an economist and so on, like, it's a stupid question, and it's the $1 million question, as in a TV show, because all of us are, in what do you see the solution? In a more socially controlled neo-Keynesian capitalism, in this, in this? Can you give us a general sense of orientation?
Yeah, please give me.
Yeah, but in like 5-10 seconds. Ha ha ha.
Okay, in 2 sentences.
Yeah.
We need a Keynesian stabilization, just because the free fall is not revolutionary and it only helps the Nazis. The second question, once stabilization is achieved, that buys us breathing ground in order to dream dangerously about the good society.
There was another question here, yeah.
Thank you. I'll change the topic back to love, and while you were speaking, I was thinking of a movie that brings up this love as a political category. I don't know if you have seen it, this Life of Others, which I think it's a rather stupid movie about this police officer, secret police officer. Oh, you know, okay. So you know that there is this particular transformation of the secret police officer when he watches the couple being completely in love, making passionate love, and so on and so forth. So basically the message is that, okay, once you are exposed, even as an evil secret police officer, once you're exposed to this beautiful miracle of love, you transform yourself and you basically break with your institution and everyday life rules, and you turn good. And I was wondering, to what extent or where do you draw the line with your own theory of love from this bourgeois, or if you want modern bourgeois category of love, which is in itself also sort of, you know, claiming universal and claiming this particular break with the mundane reality. So what is the particular gap that
Nice question. First, I would say the Stasi officer, he doesn't fall in love. He falls with a certain, he's an observer. But now, if you permit me, we all know what we are talking about. Leben der Arne, Lives of Others, the well-known German film, blah, blah, got the Oscar and so on. I think this is, I am also like you totally opposed to this film. My first reading is that it's almost a modern version of Casablanca. Beneath official topic of heterosexual love, it's clearly the final line of the film could have been, this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship between the writer and the Stasi agent, and clearly the woman has to be sacrificed. Like, we get rid of the woman, the true couple is created. Second thing, the movie, that's the paradox. Although the author is ferociously anti-communist, and a friend of mine in Germany who knows the director even explained to me why. He comes with this complicated von Donner Schmack, I don't know what. He comes from East Prussian family, which never forgave the Soviets to take their castle from them. No? So this film is a personal revenge. But the irony is that the movie is not harsh enough against the horror of police rule. You know why not? What's the hypothesis of the woman? You know the story. Young, successful writer with a beautiful woman, some high political minister, even whatever functionary, falls in love with the woman, and he orders secret police to cover the husband totally, to discover something, so that he will get rid of the husband to have the woman. What a terrible what a terrible falsification. Listen, what happens in this film could have happened in any society. If you have a relatively powerful position, a CIA agent can do this, a top executive. That is to say, the liberal limit of the film is that it locates evil in one of these private vices. You want money, you want sex, whatever, you do something criminal. But the true horror of Stasi in DDR was the following one. Imagine that there is no wicked minister who wanted, if you are the writer, sorry to be personal, imagine there is no secret, there is no high nomenclatura guy who wants to fuck your wife. There are only, under quotation marks, good policemen like the hero, and you would still be under observation. You know, instead of showing how total control was part of this. Imagine a writer like the hero of the film, whose plays are performed in the West and so on. It's unimaginable in DDR that such a person, irrespective of who wants to fuck his wife, would not be under permanent observation. And again, so you see the paradox. This film paints the portrait of horror of DDR. It's much too modest, which is why, although it's a little bit kitschy, I prefer the other film, Goodbye Lenin. Why? Because the fundamental premise embodied in the fate of the mother of that film is that the only way to survive if you are an honest communist is that you go crazy, to put it bluntly, no? It's not just nostalgia as they criticized it. But did you see the third film by, I forgot the director, Barbara? It's a newer film about East German women doctor being displaced onto some Baltic Sea resort, falling in love with the old local guy who has to report on her, but is also have this and then. This is also definitely better film than Leben der Anderen, no? I think that was hopefully for us one-hit wonder of that guy. Didn't he do that von, whatever, the Prussian castle owner? Didn't he do some horrible film with Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp? Sorry? Yeah, didn't he do that one? And it's horrible, so we are rid of that guy.
So there is another question, yeah.
Hello, I want to ask you about, imagine that everything goes like you say, like the perfect love, the perfect world, the perfect earth, the perfect everything. And what happens next when we are leaving each other's and appears our real nature? a real nature is like everybody can be an assassin, you know? It's like everybody can be like a murderer. You must just push a button, and our nature is like we are natural born killers.
I wouldn't be. No, I'm not ideal.
I'm glad the director of the Natural Born
Yeah,
Killers
yeah.
is here.
No, first I would have said that, I have no great belief in what you call human nature. I always oppose this spontaneous communist idea that if you are for new, more solidary society, that you must somehow believe in essential goodness of humans and so on. No, I tend to agree spontaneously, like many intelligent Marxists, like look at Bertolt Brecht. He said in a wonderful short text that humans are by nature evil. You cannot change humans, you can only change conditions to take from the people the possibility to actualize their evil or whatever. But on the other hand, things are a little bit more complicated. When you say we are all natural born killers, I wouldn't put it like this. I would put it like we have maybe a certain propensity for violence, for acting out, which can be put to many different uses. It can be turned into, you know what I mean? The problem, I don't see a great problem here. I think, it's the same problem as, for example, if you talk with intelligent geneticists, biologists, and they tell you, all of them who are real professional scientists, and they tell me, forget about all that bullshit. We discovered a gene for homosexuality, for jealousy, for religion. It's all bullshit. These are very vague tendencies, and it turns on the combination with other genes, how they turn out. And it's the same, I think, with this human nature. I doubt that there are. I'm not saying let me be clear in this way. When I talk about communism and so on, no, I'm not even saying if there will be a society which will overcome capitalism. I'm not even saying there will be more happiness there and so on or whatever, less suffering and so on and so on. I'm totally the most brutal realist you can imagine here. On the top of it, I think I didn't use the word ideal. I used the word miracle. I believe in miracles. I think life is shit, but I believe in a materialist way. Miracles happen. And that's for me the greatness of ethics. I knew people who were total shit, conformists and so on. And at some point they say, fuck it, I have it enough. I will not take this. And they become momentarily heroes. A great figure from history for this, Giordano Bruno. We only know about his, how he was burned. But that till that final moment, he was just walking around, slandering, compromising, and so on. All of a sudden, you have the moment of a miracle. And I read a wonderful, similar story of a top German Nazi officer. He was not a mega anti-Semite, but he was a pretty nasty guy. He was helping, organizing Holocaust, blah, blah, blah. At a certain point in 1943, something broke down in him. And he said, no, I cannot go on with this anymore. And he risked his life to save Jews and so on and so on. So no, I don't believe in any good human nature. I believe in miracles. I believe that while life is generally shit, things happen here and there. We all cheat our wives, our husband, it's all bullshit. Fuck it, once here and there you find Andre Gortz, and that's enough for me almost. I'm very modest. I just need a miracle here and there. Can we stop slowly?
Yeah. Since our simultaneous translators are working all the day, and please a big applause for them as well.
I know what they will be doing now. They will hate me so much for me talking fast that immediately they will go home or to a store, buy a voodoo doll of me, and they will be putting needles in, so that then I will awaken with pains as a revenge. And I understand you fully.
But the question is, what did they do translate right now?
I hope you did what I once saw when I was young, a wonderful documentary on, remember if you are old enough, there was Duvalier dictatorship in Haiti, and then there was baby Duvalier, the stupid son, big fat guy who was a dictator, and I saw on TV a press conference with him, and a Western journalist asked him what's the economic situation in Haiti, and Duvalier just said, well, it's not too bad. And then the translator translated this in view of the recent stock exchange trendings and that theory and so on. I hope you did the opposite, no? I go on for 10 minutes and you say he's just bullshitting, he doesn't have a good answer.
So one last question. Who will it be? If there are no questions,
Pseudo-Buddhist or Heidegger, if there are no questions, then you should listen to silence itself as the ultimate answer, you know, and clap with one hand to it. Okay.
unfortunately, there is a question without
There's
silence.
one brief question. I'll try to make it brief. It's about a book written by a young French historian and philosopher. I think her last name is Ducret. I bought that book for my mom's birthday, so I haven't read all of it, but I read the main part. Anyway, it's about, the main part is about Mussolini as such and Hitler, which really made quite an impression on me. My point is, they were major leaders. They were seen as strong characters. Il Duce, der Führer, and all that. Whilst when we read their letters to their mistresses, they were quite fragile, very unstable, and even there's a letter from Mussolini to one of his mistresses where he says that is so miserable, poor, that doesn't know how to cope, how to manage without her. And that's this notion of love and yet power, which reflects this lack of power in the Lacanian sense, we could say. And how would you comment that a person is on one side a great leader and on the other side a very weak person and has no friends, has numerous mistresses and so on, but he's a person that has no self-confidence.
Okay,
On the
I
other
think we
side,
got
a
the
great
question.
leader.
No, I
Yes.
got it. Okay, I think I can give you a very brief and precise answer. What I don't believe in is that this intimate self-experience is some kind of a deeper truth about that person. I think that the truth is outside, in what Mussolini was doing. And I think that this self-image of a vulnerable, fragile person is precisely the lie he invented for himself to be able to do the horrors he was doing publicly out there. And this goes generally, you know, I don't think that, because if you approach it in this way, it's not only Hitler and Mussolini. I'm absolutely sure that Stalin played and loved his daughter Svetlana and so on and so on. All dictators, or generally men, evil men, the more they are brutal, the more they need some private fetish when they can say, or for example, in managers, with big bank managers and so on, I think that the same role is played by private donations and charities. You know, you're a manager of a big bank, brutally destroying lives of 10,000. Then in the afternoon you say, but it's horrible what is happening in Somalia. Let me give 2% on my wealth to them. And you feel so good and you can tell yourself, you see, that's just business that I'm ruining hundreds of thousands. This is the true me, this fragile person who is ready to cry with you. This is it. So again, to put it very brutally, I think that we don't lie just to others. We lie especially to ourselves. And especially when we do horrible things, we need, as it were, a private myth. How we present ourselves to ourselves. My God, this is a dream of very great man who does horrible things. To present himself, but you see, if you were to see me alone, you would see that I'm also a modest person with all the weaknesses and so on and so on. Which is why I claim that maybe even the fundamental form of ideology today is, I'm not just embodiment of economic or ideological categories, I'm also a warm, fragile human person. That's the lie. And that's why I like Brecht, where in a brutal way, he doesn't allow for that. He precisely reduces capitalists or people to their social roles. Like the big rule of Brecht is, please don't come up with that bullshit. What a beautiful, deep, profound, careful person you are privately for yourself, and so on and so on. That's for me not even something specifically communist. This is what I see even already the great legacy of Jewish ethics. It's a totally intersubjective ethics. It's not, oh no, wait a minute. I'm very critical of, wait a minute. I'm usually accused in Israel of up to preparing a new Holocaust and so on. I'm part of the boycott there. So I'm not, but my criticism of State of Israel is, I think, more intelligent. What I'm claiming is that the greatest threat to what was great in Jewish identity comes from the State of Israel the way it works now. If the tendency, if what they are doing now will go on, in 1-2 generations, Jews will be just another boring colonialist nation like all the other. All that was great in Jewish tradition, their implicit universality and so on, will be lost. But what I want to say that the greatest of traditional Jewish ethics is the total externalization. Like, the truth is not, but what did this? No, the truth is in how you interact with others, not in how did you experience it, in your insight, what did it mean to your spiritual growth. I think that all these categories of authentic self-experience, inner spiritual growth, and so on, are bullshit. I believe in total externality. To give you another from my old books example, my favorite story about ethics is how it was told by an old black friend from me from South Africa. In the old days of apartheid, police was dispersing a black demonstration. And one policeman was running after, and she was trying to escape him, a black lady, probably middle class with high heel shoes and so on. Then something weird happened. Trying to run away with high heel shoes, which doesn't work well, made the lady drop, she lost one shoe. And at that point, the policeman, and I must emphasize this, it's not that he was inherently a good person or what, but these totally superficial manners took over when you see a lady in distress, and he stopped, took the shoe, and give it to her, here it is, lady. And then they looked each other, and they felt stupid, like now that she has the shoes on, what should you do? Okay, now we start running again. So embarrassed, he said, goodbye, lady, and turned around and walked away. That's the morality I believe in. I'm not making the point, that's crucial, that this black policeman was deep in his heart a good person. No, deep in his heart he was probably a shitty racist and so on. But you know, superficial manners can do miracles. You do this 10 times and maybe your deep, deep heart will change a little bit. This is, for me, the greatest case of Mark Twain, I think in Huck Finn. There is a legendary scene where I think that Huck or Tom Sawyer, I don't know who, they help a runaway black slave, and then they feel morally bad for doing something. You know, how what they did externally was right, but precisely their inner bad feeling is what is non-authentic. Like how they are not racist on the outside. On the outside they did a decent thing. On the inside they are racist. Which is why, again, I believe in surfaces, in good manners, you know. I don't believe in really loving others. I hate this idea of we should love other races, other nations. No, we should hate them. We should just learn to pretend to act as if we care for them and to be, in this way, to maintain a proper distance and so on. I think that the most disgusting motto is this politically correct one: do we know others enough? We should get to know them. No, I think people are boring. I don't want to know too many things about them. It's quite enough to have a respectful distance. This idea, we should know the other. How can we know the other when the others don't know themselves? I mean, you know what I mean? I believe in superficial manners. I saw that the applause was not warm. It's okay. When we communists will take power, you will learn how to.
Okay, a bigger applause, please.
No. Our love is over. I divorced. I hope you can follow my English. Ich verstehe Deutsch, aber ich kann nicht gut genug Deutsch sprechen, so ist es. Just to begin, I would like to say that I'm in a big temptation to simply drop my talk and comment on what I heard here. Because I like very much, I know a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit of classical music. And I like in the musical accompaniment or musical part to last performance, those a couple of times, 4 or 5 I think, intervention, the trumpet from Fidelio. Are you aware what kind of a paradox that trumpet is? Leonore is ready to sacrifice herself, and then the trumpet is like a mystical intervention. Everybody freezes. Freedom. But what is this freedom? Correct me if I'm wrong. The words that we hear is then, is it Joachim or Roger said, Herr Minister is da, Herr Minister is da. So minister brings freedom from king and so on, and this goes on. I mean, you know, this is for me, from my perspective, the central paradox of Freiheit, freedom today. I'm more and more obsessed by what we call the morning after, which in English means after the night of drinking. You know, I'm less and less impressed by these great ecstatic moments. 1 million people on Tahrir Square, Gezi Square, Syntagma Square in Athens. Okay, it's easy to do this. We all cry, my God, the unity, we are all one with the people. What happens the morning after? Did you see the film V for Vendetta? I would sell my mother into slavery to see part 2 of that film. You remember how the film ends? Revolution wins, we are all that guy with the mask and so on. People storm the parliament. Can you even imagine what happens the next day? Who takes over? Who takes power? How is it organized? And so on and so on. And that's for me the ultimate tragedy, if you want, of the left. Look at what happened with Syriza. It won, and now they are doing what a proper right-winger should be doing. They are doing it in an even more efficient way, and so on and so on. So, what is going on here? What can we do? I agree with basic thesis, but I don't want to go into it with what I agree. Don't agree with the performance that went on here before, because if I got it correctly, you remember at the end it was that hysterical shouting, Freiheit, many voices, and then interrupted by uncanny, protracted, prolonged moments of silence. I think that silence stood for Freiheit. Precisely when Freiheit lost its singing voice, because for me, Freiheit is not ecstasy. Freiheit is Angst. Freiheit is not, for me, that's the paradox. And I will return to it later, our spontaneous today ideological notion of freedom is freedom of choice. As if the model of freedom is you go to a patisserie and decide strawberry cake or chocolate cake. No, for me, the highest freedom, and I speak very ancient metaphysical language here, is freedom to do something not out of a free choice, but because you cannot do it otherwise, to put it simply. Let's take, say, your country, pathetic example, is under occupation. And the greatest act of freedom is to join resistance, risk your life. But you don't reason, I have a choice now, do this, do that. No, you do it because you cannot do it otherwise. Or let me give you another example, very pathetic one. Falling in love. You never have a choice. I mean, if you look around, that girl or boy or animal, so that you will not accuse me of metaphysical binary logic thinking, whatever. You never go around and make a choice. I love you more than you. The moment you do this, it's not love. Love is that you never fall in love. All of a sudden, you discover that you are already in love. The choice is always already made. And that's the highest freedom, maybe. But let's not get lost into it. I will now begin with the first paradox that I see of freedom today. Freedom, I mean here how we experience freedom. Did you notice, and this is what my title refers to, how in our universe possible and impossible are distributed in a strange way when we speak about freedom. On the one hand, in the domain of personal freedom or technology, the impossible is more and more possible, or so we are told. Nothing is impossible. We can enjoy sex in all its perverse versions, and I mean it quite literally. 2 years ago in New York, I met a chirurg, a surgeon, whose specialty is to cut a penis into two. And somehow he can do it in such a refined way that a man can have sex with two women in the same way, and so on and so on. Nothing is impossible. All archives of music are accessible to us. Going into space will be soon available for everyone, with money, of course. There is the prospect of enhancing our physical, psychic abilities, and so on and so on. You know, the tech-gnostic perspective of achieving immortality by changing our identity into a software, and we just download oneself from one to another hardware. So everything is possible here. But did you notice how everything is possible at this level? Intense personal experiences, technological, scientifically generated transformations. But on the other hand, in the domain of social and economic relations, our era perceives itself as the era of maturity, in which, with the collapse of communist states, humanity has abandoned the old millenarian utopian dreams and accepted the constraints of reality, which of course means capitalist reality, with all its impossibilities. So at the same way we are being told maybe we will become immortal, you can enjoy any way you want or whatever, but at the same time we are bombarded by a whole series of you cannot engage in large collective acts. We are told if you do this, we will end in totalitarian terror. We cannot keep alive old welfare state. It makes us non-competitive, it leads to economic crisis. We cannot isolate ourselves from global market, and so on and so on. We even have the ideological version of this limitation, a leftist one. I noticed how ecology also tends to function like this. And it feeds into this obsession with setting a limit. Temperature can raise, and I think this is totally irrational. We are told global temperature for 2 degrees Celsius. If more is the end of civilization, global warming, and so on. So, on the other hand, it's this desperate search for limit, for what we cannot do. So, we live in strange times where, to put it in a funny way, one phrase, maybe we will become immortal, everything is possible, but it's not possible to raise taxes 1%, give more money to education. That's our reality. So maybe the time has come to rearrange our notions of possible and impossible. What is possible, what is impossible. Here is an extreme case of what is perceived as impossible today. Mario Monti, he recently said, I quote, "Those who govern must not allow themselves to be completely bound by parliamentarians." End of quote. Which then is, for Monti, the higher force whose authority can suspend the decisions of a democratically elected body, representative of the people. Already back in 1998, the answer was given by Hans Dittmeier, at that time the governor of Deutsche Bundesbank, who praised national governments for preferring, quote, a wonderful expression, the permanent plebiscite of global markets to the plebiscite of the ballot box. I think it's a wonderful ideological manipulation. Dittmeier keeps the democratic rhetoric, but he claims global markets are more democratic than parliamentary elections since the process of voting goes on in them permanently and is permanently reflected in market fluctuations, not only every 4 years, and at the global level, not only within the limits of a nation state. So the underlying idea is that, freed from this higher control of markets and experts, parliamentary democratic decisions are irresponsible. True democracy is thus the democracy of the markets. And it's even true that a new form of religion is emerging here. Did you notice how we are gradually entering an area of new animism? Market, although we all rationally know that market is just some kind of a hypostasized agency which doesn't really exist, it's a reified form of the chaotic result of our individual decisions, we nonetheless spontaneously talk as if market is a living being which reacts. We hear again and again, not in religious supplements to daily newspapers, but in economic reports, how market expressed its worry we should satisfy the demand of the market and so on, as if it's a living being. This then is where we stand with regard to democracy and freedom. And I think the big economic financial agreements like TISA or TIP are perfect examples of this state of things. The key decisions concerning our economy are negotiated and enforced in secrecy, out of sight, with no public debate. In this way, the space for decisions of the democratically elected political agents is very limited, and the political process deals predominantly with issues towards which capital is indifferent, like cultural wars. I mean, with all my sympathy for gay rights, abortion rights, and so on and so on, I claim that now I speak as an animist, as if capital is a person. I claim that capital quite likes these struggles. It means we leave big economic decisions behind and we fight cultural wars. This is why I think in our societies, free choice is elevated into a supreme value. Why? Because we live in a formally democratic society of freedom, which means that social control and domination can no longer appear directly as a limit on subject freedom. They have to appear as the very self-experience of free individuals. Now you will say, how is this possible? that our very unfreedom appears to us that we experience it as our freedom. Well, there are many forms of this appearing of unfreedom in the guise of its opposite. For example, when we are deprived of universal health care, we are told that we are given a new freedom of choice. Like the idea is if you are automatically given universal health care, totalitarian state decides on it, but now you are given a free choice. Will you invest the surplus of your money or your credit money for health care, or will you go a holiday and so on and so on? You have a new freedom of choice. When we no longer can rely on a long-term employment, and when we are compelled to search for a new precarious work every year, every second year, we are again told that we are given the opportunity to reinvent ourselves and discover new, unexpected creative potentials that lurk in our personality. I read, this is the ultimate obscenity, in some capitalist small circulation journal in the United States, a wonderful argumentation for precarious work, which, that's the irony, explicitly referred to Judith Butler and all those who advocate this kind of experimentally constructed nature of human identity. They say precarious work means new freedom. You are given a chance to reinvent yourself every year, every second year. Your identity is no longer fixed by society and so on and so on. When we have to pay for the education of our children, we are told that we become entrepreneurs of the self, acting like a capitalist who has to choose freely how he will invest the resources he possesses or borrow into education, health, travel, and so on and so on. That's the ideology today. We are all capitalists. Even if you are a poor worker and you acquire, you get some credit, 10,000 francs, let us say, you are free to decide. Will you invest it into your education to earn more? Will you invest it in your children's education? Will you invest it in your health? Or will you simply spend it for a holiday? But the idea is that, okay, I'm investing 5,000, my capitalist friend is investing 5 billion. But who cares? It's just, as they were singing here, quantitative difference. We are all capitalists. So we more and more experience our freedom as what it effectively is, a burden that deprives us of the true choice, the choice of change. Because I think if the word Freiheit, freedom, has any actual meaning today, we have to move beyond this category of the freedom of choice. True freedom is not the freedom of choice. True freedom is the freedom to collectively change the very conditions of choice. What can you choose, and so on. You know, that's what some, at least neoliberals, don't get. That, how to put it, in order for us to be actually free, again, if these words have any meaning today, then quite a dense network of social conditions, rules, regulations should be enacted as the background for it. Freedom doesn't mean I do whatever I want. Freedom means if I feel I can take a walk during the night around Zurich. But what does this imply? That most people rely on certain respect, certain basic rules of safety, that I can rely on police protection and so on and so on. The whole network of things have to be here. And I don't have time to go into it further. I'm even more and more tempted to say that freedom is, in a good sense, a dogmatic category. We say today we are being told we shouldn't be dogmatic. We should think critically about everything. Usually, you know where I usually hear this argument for non-dogmatic spirit? With American right-wing liberals who want to justify torture. No, I think that the measure of the freedom of a society, freedom in a positive sense is a certain healthy dogmatism. Now you will say I'm crazy, but let me give you an example. Let us say, would you like to live in a society where you would have to argue all the time that women shouldn't be raped? I mean, there's something wrong with this society. I would like to live in a society where, when some stupid man argues, but women really like it, they just pretend not to like it, and so on, that you don't have to argue. He simply dismissed as not even funny, an eccentric idiot or whatever. The moment you have to argue about it, there is something wrong with this society. And that's what is also wrong at a more general level today with our ethical standards. For me, the fiasco was not that torture became acceptable, but that we even accepted the debate about it. This is for me a clear social regression. 20 years ago, no one would even have been thinking about the possibility of torture. Now, if you are a cynicist, you would tell me, yeah, cynic, yeah, but we all know torture was going on. Here, as a good bourgeois, well-mannered communist, I believe in superficial manners, in rules of politeness. We should absolutely reject this cynical argument, but torture is going on all the time. It's not just United States, Guantanamo, Russia, China. They're torturing like crazy. So isn't it better to openly admit it and set some rules about it? I think absolutely. Not only for the realist, pragmatic reason that in this way, even more torture would have been going on. But, let me be quite open. I can imagine myself torturing someone in an extreme situation. Let's be ridiculous. Let me improvise this totally ridiculous situation. My small daughter, whom I love, is kidnapped by terrorists, and I have in my basement one mean terrorist who smiles at me. Haha, I know where your daughter is. Sorry for the tasteless example. But in such a ridiculous example, I can well imagine torturing him. But you see my point. It shouldn't be normalized. It should. Here I have some doubts, but at least, even if out of despair, I were to torture the guy, it should have remained something totally unacceptable that I did out of despair. It shouldn't be normalized. So again, what then should we do apropos this deadlock? Where, again, and that's our basic paradox today, the more we are free at the level of personal freedoms, you can read what you want, more or less, you can travel where you want, you can get a job that you want, if you get it, of course. But this freedom is more and more constrained by a more basic unfreedom. Like, as if the social economic system in which we live is, if not the best possible, at least the least bad, and you can't do anything there. What should we do in this deadlock? Again, exploding personal freedoms, even in China. It's quite paradoxical. They are now on the edge of allowing gay marriages, I heard, and so on and so on. So China is a good example of how these small private freedoms can coexist with very limited collective social freedoms. The first thing to do, I want to return to what I was just saying, the first thing to do, I think, is to impose certain limitations. A couple of months ago, Donald Trump, he is one of us, in Slovenia, he is very popular. You know why? Because Melanie Trump, his wife, is a Slovene. So we Slovenes are one step from White House. Okay. Donald Trump was unflatteringly compared to a man who noisily defecates in the corner of a room in which a respectful drinking party is going on. But are other Republican candidates for the US presidency substantially any better? I hope you remember a scene from Louis Buñuel's Phantom de Liberté, Phantom of Freedom, in which relations between eating and excreting, shitting are inverted. People sit at their toilets around the table, pleasantly talking while defecating, and then, when they want to eat, they silently ask the housewife, where is that place, you know? And you're there, and as a dirty private secret, you go there and quickly swallow some sandwiches. So my metaphor is, when I'm looking now at the presidential debates of Republican candidates, they look to me like a reunion in Buñuel's film, you know. But does the same not hold for many leading politicians around the globe today? Was Erdogan, the Turkish president, not defecating in public when, in a recent paranoiac outburst, he dismissed critics of his politics as traitors and foreign agents? Was Putin not defecating in public when, in a well-calculated public vulgarity, he, 3-4 years ago, he threatened a critic of his Chechen politics with medical castration? It was an incredible obscenity. I remember seeing it on TV. Putin said, why don't you visit us in Russia? We have doctors who can fix your problems there with your testicles and so on. Was Sarkozy, French president before Hollande, not defecating in public when, back in 2008, he snapped at a farmer who refused to shake his hand, casse-toi, pauvre con. A very soft translation of this would be, get lost, you bloody idiot, but the actual meaning is closer to something like, fuck you, prick. And the list goes on. In a speech to the World Zionist Congress in Jerusalem, now in October 21, 2015, Benjamin Netanyahu suggested that Hitler only wanted to expel Jews from Germany, not to exterminate them, and that it was Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Palestinian Grand Mufti, who persuaded Hitler to kill the Jews. The idea is that Husseini told Hitler that if he just expels the Jews from Europe, they will come to Palestine. And then Hitler asked, what should I do with them? And Mufti replied, burn them. Of course, it's total fiction, but I want to draw your attention to something else, to the fact that, of course, we are full of this type of stories, but what worries me is these stories, these obscene rumors, till now, they were kept private, in a way. We didn't talk about it publicly, and I'm here, quite a leftist moral conservative. I think it's a great catastrophe when you are allowed to talk publicly like this. The problem here is the problem of what Hegel called Sittlichkeit. It's not simply morality, but it's unwritten rules, ethical customs. The thick background of unwritten rules of social life. It's not simply what is allowed and not allowed. It's something much more refined. It's, because, I'm so sorry I don't have more time to go into this, but what always fascinated me is how a set of social rules which keep together or enable the production of certain social body is never composed just of explicit rules. You always get some kind of a higher level rules which tell you how to treat the explicit rules. Quite many social rules are meant to be violated. It's prohibited, but the message is do it discreetly. On the other hand, much more interesting, you get rules which allow you to do something on condition that you don't use this right. Like you are given freedoms with the silent understanding that you will not use this freedom. I mean, there are many examples from big politics to even to daily life. Don't you have also here in Switzerland? I noticed this habit in my country, in United States, where, let's say I invite you to dinner, and I have maybe, I'm not sure, with you Swiss, you never know, but let's say I have more money than you. Then, it's, of course, we all know I will pay. But don't you have this custom that when the bill arrives, when I say I will pay, we have to play this social game that you say, no, 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 I will pay, and then the game goes on for some 20 seconds, and at the end, you concede, okay, if you insist, you pay, but you see the paradox. We both know the outcome. I mean, we speak as if there is an actual choice for you to pay, but we both know that I will pay. And we have many manners like this, where we are given a chance, although it is prohibited to take this chance. And I'm not denouncing this as some kind of a totalitarian trick. I claim that this is what makes a society alive. This gentle interaction of written and unwritten rules. And for me, the tragedy of so-called political correctness is precisely that. Political correctness tries to do the right thing, but in a wrong way. Political correctness perceives correctly that these public standards of decency are disintegrating. But it tries to explicitly regulate things. And so we lose this ethical substance of unwritten rules and everything's regulated. Instead, black became African Americans, fat becomes weight challenge, torture becomes enhanced interrogation technique. And my joking proposal was that why shouldn't they then rape become enhanced seduction technique or whatever? And I think that it's crucial to see how this politically correct gentrification of language, violence should disappear from it, is the obverse of the growing brutality in actual life. And it's not just at this level of manners that we are witnessing a decay, a regression in our social life. It's even generally in how paranoiac theories, conspiracy theories, which till now, okay, we all love them, but we had the decency of keeping them secret. Now they are more and more publicly debated. Like the last example of madness, some American friends informed me on them. In the fall of 2015, a big military exercise called Jade Helm 15 took place in southwestern USA, Arizona, Texas, and so on. And all of a sudden, because for quite accidental reasons, at the same time, some Walmart megastores were closed. The paranoia among right-wing populists was that, it's incredible, it was that Michelle Obama, not even Obama, when she visited China, she promised to the Chinese that President Obama, at the end of his presidency, will give those states as a present to China. And then the Walmart megastores were closed because they are already preparing their beds and habitat for the Chinese soldiers to occupy them. Now you will say this is crazy right-wing conspiracy. Maybe, but what is so sad is that even the leading Republicans were afraid to clearly say this is bullshit. No. For example, the one who is now presidential candidate, Ted Cruz, he said we should take this seriously, and he demanded details from the Pentagon, and so on and so on. The Texas governor, Greg Abbott, ordered the state guard to monitor military exercises. Are they really getting ready to occupy Texas, and so on and so on? So this is how I react to the phenomenon of Donald Trump. The key is this one. I claim he is not a dangerous eccentric. What his excesses mask is his ordinariness. Namely, if you look effectively at his program, not these stupid racist, sexist provocations, he's just an old centrist Republican. Maybe he will even be would have been much better than some other Republicans. What he's masking with his excessive, tasteless remarks is simply his vulgar ordinariness. Now you will say me, but why talk about politeness and public manners today when we are facing more pressing real problems? Again, because I claim manners do matter, especially today. Back in the 1960s, when I was young, occasional vulgarities were associated with political left. Student revolutionaries like Rudi Dutschke, Daniel Cohn-Bendit often used common language to emphasize their contrast to official politics with its Polish jargon and so on. Today, vulgar language is an almost exclusive prerogative of the radical right, so that the left finds itself in a surprising position of a defender of decency and public manners. And I think the left should shamelessly use this role. That's maybe one way to fight against radical right for this so-called silent majority. No, the left is protecting good manners today. The problem, of course, is that why do we have this explosion of conspiracy theories and so on? Because even if we are personally free in the sense of freedom of choice, the social process is becoming more and more non-transparent. Things are just taking certain turn, and we don't even perceive ourselves as able to steer it, to control it. For example, I'm extremely worried, in quite a naive sense. Are you aware that now we are maybe approaching, if not a new world war, but at least a new series of explosions of local wars, Turkey, Russia, and so on and so on? I think we live in an extremely dangerous moment, but we don't even think about a new peace movement or whatever. We just accept it. That's how things go. That's my point. The obverse of our sense of individual freedom is that we accept a total non-transparency of social life. Things simply happen. There will be war, and we don't think in the terms of how to prevent war, we think in the terms of how to squeeze out. Many of my friends are already thinking, where should I emigrate? Should I go to South Argentina? Should I go to Iceland? To New Zealand is popular in Slovenia now. How to get out? Now I come to my concluding paradox. This non-transparency is today often embodied in faces. Sometimes faces become symbols. Not symbols of a strong individual, but symbols of anonymous forces behind these faces. For example, the first such face a year ago was the stupidly smiling face of, I'm sorry if I pronounced the name incorrectly, Jeroen Dijsselbloem, president of the Eurogroup, the symbol of the European Union's brutal pressure on Greece. And my friend Varoufakis told me wonderful stories about this, how all the time media were full of this Dijsselbloem, with his stupid smile explaining, no sorry, we can do this, we can. No one elected him. He was a totally anonymous bureaucrat there. Varoufakis even told me that when they were deciding the fate of Greece, Varoufakis said, can I get, please, the official minutes record of this meeting? And everyone was in a panic. They withdrew. You bureaucrats, they come back and said, sorry, we cannot do this because this is just a consultation. This meeting didn't really take place. I mean, it's totally total non-transparency. Then, recently, when the big deal is the international trade deal, TIPP, there is a new face, a cold face of European Union Trade Commissioner Cecilia Malmström, who, when asked by a journalist how she could continue her promotion of TIP in the face of massive public opposition, she responded without shame, "I do not take my mandate from the European people." And in an unsurpassable act of irony, her family name is a variation of Maelstrom, you know, a descent into the Maelstrom, Edgar Allan Poe's story, and so on and so on. Because when people worry about democracy today, will we survive the Muslim invasion and so on? I mean, I think we should worry much more about agreements like TIP, which severely limit the, let's say, the policy space for political intervention of democratically elected governments. The most dangerous element, as you maybe know, are so-called investor-state dispute settlements. This means that unelected transnational corporations can dictate the policies of democratically elected governments. Let me give you an example. Swedish energy company, Vattenfall, is now suing German government for billions of euros over its decision to phase out nuclear power plants after the Fukushima disaster. This is for me a totally legitimate public health policy. Like, there is a danger if there is another catastrophe in Europe like Fukushima, so let's try to move out to gradually abandon the nuclear energy. The argument is that when they, the Swedish company, invested in Germany, the conditions were different, tax, financial, and that this new regulation limits their chances of profit, so they want to be remunerated by billions of dollars and so on and so on. This is just one example of what is going on. But okay, let me go to the last example, and here, final part now, we will see the true problem of freedom. Now a third anonymous face has emerged, Frans Timmermans, the first vice president of the European Commission, who, in December 2015, scolded the Polish government for adopting a new law which poses a threat to the democratic constitutional order, since this law subordinates constitutional court to the authority of government. Timmermans also condemned the new media law, which enables the parliament to sack all executives at the country's public television and radio companies and so on and so on. The ruling party justified this law as necessary to stifle unfair critique of its actions. And in an immediate, sharp reply, the Polish government warned Brussels, quote, to exercise more restraint in instructing and cautioning the parliament and the government of a sovereign and democratic state. Now, what's the problem here? From the standard left liberal view, it is, of course, inappropriate to put these three names into the same series. Dijsselbloem and Malmström personify the pressure of the Brussels bureaucrats on states and their democratically elected government, while Timmermans intervened to protect the basic democratic institutions like independence of courts or free press from a government that overstepped its legitimate powers. That would be the counterpoint. That Timmermans, but as the Polish side responded, is Timmermans not a European administrator lacking any democratic legitimization? And did he not exerted pressure on a democratically elected government of a sovereign state? I myself encountered a similar problem when I was recently, 4 months ago I think, answering questions from the readers of Süddeutsche Zeitung about the refugee crisis. And the question which attracted most attention, the question of a reader, concerned precisely democracy, of course, with a right-wing populist twist. The question was, when Angela Merkel made her famous public appeal inviting hundreds of thousands of refugees into Germany, where was her democratic legitimization? What gave her the right to bring such a radical change to German life without democratic consultation? My point here, of course, is not to support anti-immigrant populists, but to clearly point out the limits of democratic legitimization. And the same goes for those who advocate a radical opening of the borders. Are they aware that since our democracies are nation-state democracies, their demands equal suspension of democracy? A gigantic change should be allowed to affect a country without democratic consultation of its population. And we often hear about the democratic deficit of European Union, but we encounter there a similar problem. Now in his political movement, New Varoufakis, otherwise my good friend, the name of the movement is TM, called for transparency of European Union decisions. But the problem is, since in many countries the majority of the public was against reducing the Greek debt, rendering European negotiations public would make representatives of these countries, would make them advocate even tougher measures against Greece. We encounter here the old problem. What happens to democracy when the majority is inclined to vote for racist and sexist laws? I am not afraid to draw here the conclusion that emancipatory politics should not be bound by formal democratic procedures of legitimization. People quite often do not know what they want, or do not want what they know, or they simply want the wrong thing. There is no way, no simple shortcut here. The context of this deadlock is the big bad wolf that is now emerging as the main threat in the eyes of the liberal left. The threat of new fascism embodied in anti-immigrant rightist populism. This scarecrow is perceived as the principal enemy against which we should all unite, from whatever remains of the radical left to mainstream liberal Democrats. Europe is portrayed as a continent regressing towards a new fascism which feeds on the paranoia, hatred and fear of the external ethnic religious enemy, mostly Muslims. While this new fascism is directly predominant in some post-communist East European countries, Hungary, Poland and so on, it is getting stronger and stronger also in many West European, much more developed countries. But I think it is here that we should not lose nerve and we should persist in the basic Marxist insight. This so-called fascism is strictly a secondary phenomenon engendered by its apparent opposite, the open liberal democratic universe. So the only way to truly defeat it is to overcome the immanent limitation of this liberal democratic universe. Plus, this fascism is something new, a truly democratic one. The prospect that we are facing now is the prospect of Europe with a revitalized democracy which will bring to power anti-immigrant populists. More generally, we should be suspicious about the tendency of the left to quickly brand any undesirable phenomenon as fascism. I doubt if this new anti-immigrant populism, that it really deserves the name fascism. Again, the source of unease is the unpleasant fact that this new fascism is democratically legitimized. Leftist critics of European Union now find themselves in a strange predicament. On the one hand, they deplore the so-called democratic deficit of European Union, and they propose plans to make more transparent the Brussels decision-making. On the other hand, they support the non-democratic Brussels administrators when they exert pressure on democratically legitimized new fascist tendencies. Furthermore, many leftist liberals like Habermas, who bemoan the ongoing decline of the European Union, I think they idealize the past of the European Union. The democratic European Union, the loss of which they bemoan, never existed. Recent European Union policy is simply a desperate attempt to make Europe fit for new global capitalism. The usual left-liberal critique of the European Union. It's basically okay, just it has a little bit of a democratic deficit. Betrays a certain naivety. They don't see that democratic deficit is a necessary part of the global structure. The problem, namely, is there is a double problem here, I think. The first problem is that the only way to actually fight global capitalism would be through some kind of transnational democracy. But I think that this cannot be done without changing the precisely global capitalist system. And capitalism is global, but can only thrive in conditions of geopolitical conflict between different nation states and so on and so on. Nation states are not in decline. They are, if anything, getting stronger and stronger today. That will be our ruin. Look at United States, Russia, China, and so on and so on. So I think that the world which we are approaching now is the world of global capitalism, free circulation of commodities, but this economic opening is accompanied by the growing separation in social spheres, more and more ethnic fundamentalism, more and more new forms of apartheid. I think that we are finally seeing how things like growing nationalisms, relying on local traditions, are no obstacle to global capitalism. Global capitalism is immanently, in this sense, multiculturalist. It's not only easy, but the most natural thing for global capitalism is to accommodate itself to local traditions. For example, in India, a Marxist friend of mine sent me, his name is Saroy Giri, great guy, how the most dynamic Indian new capitalists all go regularly to prayer, to Hindu goddesses, and so on and so on. In China, the whole official ideology today is, of course, Confucianism. They even no longer talk about communism. The term they use is harmonious society, and so on and so on. Now, the last problem I have with democracy, I'm not against democracy in the sense for some new totalitarianism, but I think what we need, if we want really to confront the problem Europe is in today, is to ask openly how our democracies effectively function. And my hypothesis is a very nasty one here. My hypothesis is that in a normally functioning parliamentary democracy, people don't want really to decide. Or rather, they want the appearance of decision, but they want to be discreetly told what to choose. They don't want to lose their face. When people are really confronting a choice, like they did in Greece, last election, Syriza and so on, it's usually perceived as a crisis of democracy. So what I'm saying is that, you know, in monarchies, when they were no longer absolute monarchies, this is even a great theoretical problem. The king should not decide, but how to save the face of the king. And I think the same problem we face today with our new king, ordinary people, voters in a democracy. Their face should be saved, but they shouldn't be really allowed to decide. And that's our paradox today. Domination is maybe stronger than ever, but it absolutely should not appear openly as domination. So let me conclude on a personal note. In contrast to many of my friends, I still refer positively to European emancipatory legacy. I'm a Eurocentrist. I, of course, don't have in mind European values in the predominant ordinary sense, what our media refer to when they talk about how our values are threatened by Islam and so on. I think that the greatest threat to what is worth saving from European legacy are precisely today's anti-immigrant populist defenders of Europe. I mean, Europe run by Pegida, Marine Le Pen, and so on, that would no longer have been Europe. But, on the other hand, to be blunt and direct, Plato's thought is a European event. Radical egalitarianism is a European notion. Communism is a European notion. The notion of modern subjectivity is European. When Alain Badiou celebrates the power of capitalism to disintegrate old communal ties, when, in a strict Marxist sense, he detects in this disintegration the opening of the space for radical emancipation, he speaks strictly on behalf of the emancipatory European legacy. And this is, I think, a great struggle, one of the great struggles that goes on today in what remains of the left. There are so-called anti-Eurocentric post-colonial thinkers who attack Badiou, me, and other proponents of communism as all too European. They claim, no, communism failed. They claim that the only way to resist global capitalism is on behalf of local traditions. You have, for example, African post-colonial thinking. They find some tribes which said, oh, my voice is voice of a community of my tribe, so this is a good argument against European individualism and so on. You have some quite serious friends of mine who claim that there is some mysterious tribe in Amazon, deep in Amazon jungle, and they have some primordial wisdom which can resist global capitalism and so on and so on. So either we play this game or it's played by China today, like Confucianism, more better for human rights than Western individualism. So it's this communal resistance, local traditions and so on, to global capitalism. On the other hand, it's and I know what fiasco communism was. But where I stick to communism, paradoxically, is in its great appraisal of capitalism. It was absolutely clear to Marx that the only new space for freedom is opened through capitalist disintegration. And I think Marx was absolutely vindicated with what goes on today, where, with the rise of so-called Asian values, capitalism, which has nothing to do with Asia, more with authoritarian forms of government, that we more and more see how perfectly ancient anti-global local traditions can be combined with global capitalism. They fit perfectly. The symbol for me today is, for example, Modi, the Indian Prime Minister, who is at the same time absolutely radical neoliberal in economy, but at the same time pretty much a Hindu fanatic, local traditions and so on and so on. So here we have to make a decision. Do we resist global capitalism on behalf of some local traditions it undermines, or do we endorse the power of disintegration that pertains to global capitalism, and so that we are aware that only through this disintegration a new space of freedom emerges. That's why my hero is, for example, Malcolm X, the black leader. He was a political genius, I claim. Why? You know what's Malcolm X? X stood for the fact that blacks were uprooted from their country in Africa. They had no family community background. They were torn brutally out of their culture. But Malcolm X saw it that this X is not just a negative feature. He never fell into this politically correct liberal stupidity, which was embodied in some TV series popular Alexis Haley roots 20, 30 years ago. Oh, blacks, they should return to Africa, find their roots there. Oh, I'm coming from that tribe, and so on and so on. No, Malcolm X saw this being cut off from your roots as a chance of new universal freedom. He made it quite clear. It's an ingenious trick of seeing the problem itself as part of a solution, as opening up the space of a solution. Which is why, again, I think today, at least, reference to European legacy is important. Why? Not because I'm a conservative Eurocentrist, but I claim that today's global capitalism can survive quite well with less and less democracy. No wonder critique of Eurocentrism is so popular today, because it fits perfectly today's global capitalism. They all play the same game. Erdogan plays it, Putin plays it. Brutal capitalism combined with local authoritarian regime legitimized with some crazy traditional local ideology, whatever, Orthodox Church, Islam. And this is why, with all the horrors that come out of European tradition, colonialism, and so on, I think that European legacy of emancipatory universality is something that is more precious than ever today. Thanks very much for your patience. Now, just 1 minute more. I was so glad when my friend Patrick told me there is no debate, because now I can say it's a total lie, hypocrisy. I'm so sad that we don't have time to debate and so on, you know. Sorry? You are too... Yeah, but it's so nice, you know, this hypocrisy. I love it. But I want nonetheless with you to clarify one detail, because I'm now often accused... I read today on the web that some Brecht, or how is he called, German philosopher, accused Sloterdijk and me of Nazism and so on. My God, they get it so wrong. What I really am horrified at, I will tell you, allow me just this, what I like in Switzerland. I know you did many crazy things and so on, money, and my favorite Swiss fantasy is that, isn't it under your Alps there are some mysterious tunnels and cities where millions can move there in 5 hours or whatever. I also have my own beautiful fantasies about Switzerland. For example, I hope you don't know the joke. Years ago, here in Zurich, in some place on the other side of the river, I debated with my friends about, in Europe we identify certain sexual practices with certain countries. Like, if you say, let's do it the Italian way, it usually means anal intercourse. If you say, let's do it the Spanish way, it means men's penis between women's breasts. So the debate was, what would have been the Swiss way? And there was a big debate. And I think I gave a quite good proposal. Okay, feminists will not like it. You know what is Swiss Army knife? The knife with all those, no? My proposal is Swiss Army wife, you know. Masturbates with one hand, with others like, and so on. So that's my fantasy of Switzerland, okay. But you know why I mentioned this obscenity? No, I'm not losing my nerves. Because I think that only in this way, through, maybe I failed here, but through this type of shared obscenities, can you really overcome racism? I think that without this risky step, it's very risky, you can fall into actual racism, into exchange obscenities. You are stuck with the politically correct official anti-racism. We respect each other. And what do I get then? You know, in Switzerland, what do I get then? You teach me about yodeling, about your spätzle or whatever. No, I want Swiss Army wife and so on. But the other thing is that what I like about you, maybe it's a myth, I don't know. I was told that you are not culturally too united with Swiss, the French Swiss, that you have a distance. I don't think this is bad. I think we should stop this eternal superego, guilt-feeling idea, we don't understand each other enough and so on. I mean, this is the ideology that, I mean, I want even more refugees in Europe. I just want to fight this human compassion, we are all humans beneath the masks ideology. For example, the most stupid proverb, and proverbs are generally extremely stupid, the most stupid proverb that I know, and it's often quoted by today's multiculturalists, is the enemy is the one whose story you are not ready to hear. Okay, it's easy to understand, like, you know, I objectify the enemy, I paint a crazy picture, but if I open myself to him, I will blah, blah. But my counterpoint is, really? How far do you go here? So it's good to learn that Hitler was our enemy because, you know, we were not ready to open ourselves to history. No, what if, and that's the problem of the neighbor, next, in biblical sense. What if a neighbor is a monster? What if, and the same holds for us, I'm not a racist here. I don't believe that we should penetrate deep into each other and then when you get some basic deep story, now I know what you are. I have this psychoanalytically trained temptation that if you go too deep, you find just a lot of shit and horror and so on. And my ideal is not to live with other nations and, oh, I understand you, tell me your stories, I would rather kill my... No, my ideal is I live in a big building. There is a Vietnamese guy here, Spanish there, black guy there, Japanese there, and we politely ignore each other. From time to time, a miracle happens. But this is very rare. You know, all of a sudden, there is some communication. Usually I claim it has to be mediated through some dirty joke or small. But how can we understand others when we don't even understand ourselves? That would be my point. We are not isolated entities and we have some inner myths and so on and so on. We ourselves don't know what we are. We are racist towards others. Our racism towards others is always mediated by an uncertainty, abyss, fear of what we are in ourselves. So I think that the worst ideology today is this ideology of open yourself up to the others, you will see they are people like us. No, they are not, because we ourselves are not people like us. We are monsters and so on. That's the truly difficult thing to accept. That, this is, okay, I will give you a nice example of this. When I was in Israel, media reported of all celebrated it, wonderful human contact. An Israeli anti-terrorist unit brutally entered in the middle of the night a Palestinian apartment because they suspected that the father of the family who was suspected to be a terrorist is dead. So what happened was that, of course, the guy was not there, only his wife and children, and a scared daughter started to shout, and mother called her, "Come, Sarah, come." And then one of the invading soldiers, when he heard the name, discovered that, but his daughter has the same name, Sarah. And he stepped towards the mother. You see the photo? Oh, we have the daughter of the same name. This is the most disgusting thing I can imagine. All of a sudden, the reality of occupation, terror disappeared. Oh, beneath all that, we are all the same warm people. No, we are not. The reality ultimate is not the reality that we are all deep people behind. The reality is the reality of the past. I will now stop. Thank you. Usually the title of my talk has absolutely nothing to do with the topic of the talk. Today I decided to give a very traditional talk systematically about this topic, and please don't expect, I almost feel ashamed. I'm used to get interrupted to say something problematic about LGBT plus and so on, saying all the things wrong, you know. I renounce that today, don't be disappointed. Although I'm so sad I cannot afford a short introduction, improvisation, not to be able to go into this new conflicts, transgender, cis, and so on, all that stuff, because the more I think about it, the more I am tempted to oppose both sides. That is to say, on the one hand, of course, those who think, I even don't know how to call it. I'm, for theoretical reasons, opposed to the term gender. I think in sex you have a certain antagonism which remains there. But okay, why do I oppose both sides? On the one hand, those who preach, like those who think sexual identity is basically biologically determined, I wonder if you noticed it, an obvious paradox, inconsistency. People who advocate that sex identity is biologically determined are terribly afraid of LGBT open education. You know, when in kindergarten and schools you are attentive to, you want to make to the small child visible, palpable, that there are other options, not just what appears to be his, her, its, their biological sex. But then, if they believe in biological, more or less, determinism, why are they so afraid of LGBT plus propaganda? I think their secret belief is that they can be easily denaturalized, which means that they really believe even too much that sex is a sexual construct, you know. And then you can like overturn it with, on the other hand, what I oppose on the opposite side, it's not, of course not, LGBT as such, is just, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe if you will be too bored with nature, we can go into a debate later in this direction. Like, I think the choice between, on the one hand, your, what appears as biological, sexual identity, and the term that is always used or regularly used, and I don't like it, is that you should be free to decide to declare what you feel. Sorry, but for me, my greatest reproach to a certain LGBT plus ideology, which is we are free to choose, blah, blah, reconstruct ourselves, is that it makes it too easy. Too easy in the sense, in what sense? In the sense that no wonder many LGBT plus, some are very bright, people, they hate psychoanalysis. It's patriarchal, binary, all you want. But I think precisely the trans topic makes it clear how traumatic, inconsistent subjectivity is. Like, you can feel one thing, you are substantially another thing. Did you see, I forgot the title, there was a Belgian movie, fiction, but based on a real case, about a boy who wants to become a girl. And with great support from her colleagues, doctors, parents even, she does it, but it involves so many traumas, you know. So, okay, let's not get lost, we have nature to deal with, but my point is this one. Yes, I agree, your sexual identity is a matter of, in some deep sense, of free choice. But the notion of freedom here is very radical. Let me mention a simple case. Let's say you are biologically, you appear as a man, you want to become whatever you want, let's say to simplify, a woman. But you know, this is not like going to a patisserie and say, sorry, till yesterday I was eating cheesecake, now I want strawberry cake. It's something very traumatic, which involves a lot of even physical suffering, surgery, traumas, and so on. So the freedom we are dealing here, it's not a simple freedom of choice, it's really something like unconscious choice. And I more and more think that the big contribution of Freud to theory of choice is that in our unconscious we are much more free than in our conscious self-awareness. The most radical choices, we experience them as necessity. The true choice is when you feel about something, I can't do it otherwise. Although it's my free choice. But radical freedom appears as fake, if you want. And all these things are so complicated. I don't know if you know it, something happened. It was a big trauma in my, as your beloved President X, maybe future Trump put it, shithole of a country, Slovenia. There was a really tragic hate. My wife knew that boy, girl. A young, already student, okay, early 20s. Boy successfully became a woman. He went through all the surgery, blah, blah, blah. No problems, parents accepted it, friends, blah, blah. Then something happened. On a certain day, she got official letter from city authorities where you are registered as a citizen that she is now officially a woman. She killed herself instantly. You see how apparently totally external thing, like how it's registered by the big other of state institutions, ruined everything. So the reason I think Freud can still tell us a lot, Freud and today's Freudians, precisely about transgender identity. I think that they are the most free people, but they pay a price for it, great price. And that's where they need not our patronizing support, but how to put it, you know, when we have these polemics about how sexual identity should be playful, like today I'm gay, tomorrow I'm hetero, then I play another game and so on. Isn't something, how to put it, patronizingly humiliating in this? It somehow ignores the deep personal traumas, complexities, and even, I would have put it, the real profound suffering of changing your sexual identity. That's the problem. And I think, again, psychoanalysis has a role to play here, but enough of this, let me begin. I want to, you know what's my ideal? I did it once in Belgrade, I think. I went on and on with introductions so that for 1.5 hours and there was no talk. Just introductions. I loved it. Only one thing I loved more. There has to be a dirty joke before I begin. My friend Alain Badiou, now for political misunderstanding, no longer such a great friend, did this to me. We were in a room like this. I was giving a talk. He sat like you, Andrew, in the first row, and his phone rang. And he answered it calmly. I went on with my talk, and he told me, while I was giving a talk to 100 people, Slavoj, you're a little bit too loud. Can you please speak a little bit less loudly? That's my big dream is a different one. That I give a talk, then that's why I left it in my luggage there. Then my phone rings, and I keep it up and ask you, just wait a minute, and then talk calmly with my friend. But not about theory, about this, is that restaurant really so good? Shouldn't we pick up another restaurant? And so that's my dream, but dreams don't come true. Okay, let me begin with serious stuff. I began with these jokes because, again, it's problematic for some of you, I hope, but serious stuff that I want to do. I want to begin with the paradox of superego, long ago noted by Freud. The more we obey the superego commandment, the more we feel guilty. That's the basic paradox of superego. The more you obey, the more you are guilty. This paradox holds also when we follow Lacan and read superego as an injunction to enjoy. Enjoyment is an impossible real. You cannot ever fully attain it, and this failure makes us feel guilty. A series of situations that characterize today's society exemplify perfectly this type of superego logic. Ecology, political correctness, poverty, up to indebtedness in general. For example, and the example is nature, ecology. Does the predominant ecological discourse not address us as a priori guilty, indebted to Mother Nature, under the constant pressure of the ecological superego agency which addresses us in our individuality? What did you do today to repay your debt to nature? Did you put all newspapers into a proper recycle bin? And all the bottles of beer or cans of Coke? Did you use your car where you could or should have used a bike or some means of public transport? Did you use air conditioning instead of just opening wide the windows and so on? The ideological, I think we should reject this logic. The ideological stakes of such individualization are easily discernible. I get lost in my own self-examination instead of raising much more pertinent global questions about our entire industrial civilization. This is why it is in a way quite justified that I feel guilty. Following the injunctions to recycle and so on ultimately means that I follow rituals which allow me to postpone doing something that would really address the causes of ecological crisis. Let me go even a step further here. The burning of the Amazon forests cannot but trigger alarm. Are we really heading towards a collective suicide? By destroying the Amazon rainforests, Brazilians are, so we are told, killing the lungs of our earth. However, if we want to confront seriously threats to our environment, what we should avoid are precisely such quick extrapolations which fascinate our imagination. I remember when first there was a talk at least 30 years ago, in Germany especially, about Waldsterben, the dying of forests. It was global fascination in the media. The idea was, and they were obvious, that around 2000, at least 2000 then, Europe will be without forests and so on and so on. Now, according to some data, which are to be taken seriously, on our Earth there are more forests than at any point in the 20th century on our Earth. Now, let me be precise here. I'm not saying ecological crisis is not to be taken seriously. It's mega serious. I'm just saying that this fascination with catastrophe, which immobilizes you, is one of the ways to avoid really confronting the crisis. How we avoid it? Precisely by surrendering to this fear. Ecology of fear, I think, has all the chances of developing into the predominant form of ideology of global capitalism. A new opium for the masses, replacing the declining religion. The rejection of anthropocentrism advocated by deep ecologists is very suspicious. There is a deep hypocrisy in it. What all the talk about how we, humanity, pose a threat to the life on and of the earth really amounts to is our worry about our own fate. Earth in itself is indifferent. Even if we destroy life on it, it will just be one, not even the greatest of catastrophes that befell it. When we worry about environment, we really worry about our own environment. We want our own good and safe life. So even when we profess the readiness to assume our responsibility for ecological catastrophes, this can be a tricky stratagem to avoid the true dimensions of the threat. There is something deceptively reassuring in this readiness to assume the guilt for the threats to our environment. We like to be guilty since if we are guilty, then it all depends on us. We pull the strings of the catastrophe so we can also save ourselves simply by changing our lives. What is really difficult for us to accept is that we are reduced to a passive role of an impotent observer who can only sit and watch what his fate will be. To avoid such a situation, we are prone to engage in frantic, obsessive rituals. Recycle old paper, buy organic food, whatever, just so that you can be sure that we are doing something, making our contribution. I think some ecologists often act like a soccer fan who supports his team in front of a TV screen at home, shouting and jumping from his seat as if acting in a superstitious belief that this will somehow influence the outcome. There is another dimension. I developed this in my books repeatedly, where I distrust common ecology. If you look at it closely, it's often this predominant ecology. It's really not about doing something for nature, but making us feel good to be part of a large ideological project of saving Earth and so on, and so on. This is I often repeat it, maybe you know it, provocative point. Some of my friends like to buy those half-rotten organic apples and not the beautiful genetically manipulated ones. But then some of them were open enough towards me. I asked them, do you really believe that that half-rotten apple is any better? Because my dream is that, a farmer takes the nice apples out, then what remains, the half-rotten apples, he sells them at the double price as organic. And you know what most of them tell me? They tell me, I know I have doubts, but it makes me feel good that I'm doing something for Mother Nature. Don't underestimate this dimension. Let me go on. Another thing. Did you notice how capitalism itself made out of being green a new market niche? That's an old example of mine. Maybe some of you know it, but it's still my favorite. Now it's no longer to such an extent present. In Starbucks, at least 10, 15 years ago, it was all about green. They claimed, for example, openly manipulating us. Our cappuccino is 10 cents more expensive than down the street. But 2% of all that we earn goes to some starving children in Somalia, forests in I don't know where. And this is an ingenious trick. Why? Because usually we are split as consumer. I buy all the decadent stuff, but then I feel bad, I try to do something for common welfare. But here, this is for me the final step of the commodity logic. You include your social responsibility into the price of the commodity. it's like, I don't know, $1.50. Now it's higher, I think. Cappuccino and then 20 cents, so you can stay calm and so on and so on. Let me not get lost in this direction, let me go on. Today, ecology tends to perceive nature itself as the limit of our expansion. It enjoins us, humans, to renounce our hubris, our ruthless exploitation of nature. Now that God or tradition can no longer play the role of the highest limit, nature takes over this role. But what kind of nature will this be? Even when we imagine global warming, we still picture the outcome of global warming as a new stability with regular, repeatable weather patterns. However, recent researches find it more probable that Earth climate leads to a chaos, true mathematical chaos, in which there is no equilibrium, no repeatable patterns. A chaotic climate would have seasons that change wildly from decade to decade, or even year to year. Some years would experience sudden flashes of extreme weather, while others would be completely quiet. Such an outcome is not only catastrophic for our survival, it also runs against our most basic notion of nature, that of repeatable pattern of seasons. As such, it reminds us, or me at least, of what the great Marxist George Lukács, in his classical book History and Class Consciousness, pointed out. Nature is a social category. That is to say, what we perceive as nature is always overdetermined by a social contact. So while, of course, everything there is nature, we are part of nature, the obverse also holds at the level of our understanding. Nature is a cultural category. What strikes us as unnatural is always socially determined. Are we entering a post-anthropocentric era? A BBC report on the 2022 Venice Biennale, we read that its curator, Cecilia Alemani, and incidentally, if there is a thing I really hate, they are the worst of today's ideology, I think, are these art biennales. Because it's a crazy gap between how an institution actually functions and its ideological legitimization. Did you notice how to appear at a biennale, you should always, these programmatic manifestos are utterly anti-capitalist. We are racist, colonialist still, we are destroying nature, we are exploiting Africa. Whatever you want, everything is there, and they even usually include themselves, like even our machine, our biennale is part of the capital self-reproduction, but it goes on. I mean, nothing changes. Obviously, today we are at an extremely cynical stage of the functioning of ideology. And I'm tempted, but I developed this elsewhere, to go on to the end. It's not only that it doesn't matter if you criticize the ruling ideology, the system goes on. It is that in some deeper sense, criticizing it makes the system function all the better. Okay, let's go on. What this lady Cecilia Alemani said. She tries to, quote, imagine a world where humans are not at the top of the pyramid. They live in a more horizontal relationship, not only with each other, but also with nature and animals, with organic and non-organic beings. To be tastelessly aggressive, when I hear such a line, I have this Joseph Goebbels reaction. I draw my gun. Why? The least one can say is that such a post-anthropocentric vision of a horizontal relationship between humans, living beings, and non-organic entities is only accessible to us humans, non-organic entities are simply part of their environment, while animals and plants relate to it from their narrow perspective. They cannot imagine a global natural order, a small part of which they are. You see my point. It's in Lacanian terms, but also I can put it in Hegelian terms, the distinction between what you say, enunciated content, and position of enunciation. Yet it's nice to say, I'm just one of the species, part of nature, blah, blah, blah. But how can you say this? Isn't it that you somehow presume that you are able to stand on your shoulders and have a global, abstract look at reality where you are just one among the species? So horizontal texture of beings is no less anthropocentric than a pyramidal one. This is why it is not enough to repeat that we are part of nature, that we are not its center. So that we should develop new solidarity and accept our modest place in the life on our earth. Let me quote here Judith Butler, with whom I respectfully disagree here. An inhabitable world for humans depends on a flourishing earth that does not have humans at its center. We oppose environmental toxins not only so that we humans can live and breathe without fear of being poisoned, but also because the water and the air must have lives that are not centered on our own. As we dismantle the rigid forms of individuality in these interconnected times, we can imagine the smaller part that human worlds must play on this earth, whose regeneration we depend upon, and which in turn depends upon our smaller and more mindful role. End of quote. I think that it is all too simple to insist that the water and the air must have lives that are not centered on our own. Is it not that? But I think effectively the opposite is true. Global warming and other ecological threats demand our collective interventions into environment, which will be incredibly powerful, direct interventions into the fragile balance of forms of life. When we say that the rise of average temperature has to be kept below, and this magic number always oscillates, it's 1.5 Celsius, it's 2 Celsius degrees, we talk and try to act as general managers of life on Earth, not as a modest species. The regeneration of the Earth obviously does not depend upon our smaller and more mindful role. It depends upon our gigantic role, which is the truth beneath all the talk about our finitude and mortality. What we get here is the extreme form of the gap at work already in modern science and subjectivity. Modern science aims at mastering nature, but it is strictly codependent with the vision of humanity as just another species on the earth. This is the paradox we have to sustain in these crazy days. To accept that we are one among the species on earth, and simultaneously to think and act as universal beings. Don't even ecologists admit this. When they say we have to keep the balance of our environment, again, they speak from a universal position. They speak in an, if you want, extremely arrogant mode. And this gap between what we talk about and the subjective position involved in our saying and acting is, I think, crucial. I'm usually very critical of, small detour, of Hannah Arendt. But in her short text on education, she says something wonderful, which I think is also the proper answer to all those who neurobiologists and so on who claim, sorry, it can be proven, it can't be, it's more complex, but it can be proven that all our acts are biologically, neurally, and so on determined. But you know what's the problem here? As a Hegelian, with whom I'm often in polemics, but he is not a total idiot. No, I'm not patronizing him. There are only two types of people, total idiots and not total idiots. God is maybe, but there is no God up there. Not an idiot. Okay, what Pippin says is that we should ask the question what to do in a concrete situation when you have to act. Can you say, why should, let's say, it's a pathetic case, but sorry. You see, oh my God, so pathetic. A small, nice girl, a child drowning in a swimming pool or whatever. Now, I don't think you will say, what the hell, why should I worry? I'm predetermined. My neuronal nature will speak, and so on. You should act as if you are free. And here things get complex because you still, if you are a radical neurobiologist, you can say, yes, this is called user's illusion. But again, it gets more complex, and here I come to Hannah Arendt. This is what explains another paradox. That's why in theological matters I absolutely prefer Protestantism. Did you notice this basic paradox of Protestantism? I simplify things very much, but on the one hand, Protestantism preaches predetermination. Everything is predetermined by God. If we are saved or lost, it's predetermined before even the creation of the world. But the trick is that you don't know how you are predetermined. That's why Protestant predestination doesn't allow you to just sit down, watch hardcore pornography, whatever, and say, I don't care, everything is No, you are, and this is, I think that this is the closest we can come to true freedom. True freedom is not, oh, I'm in a strawberry, again, my old example, I'm in a patisserie, oh, I'm now free to decide strawberry cake or cheesecake. No. True freedom is, I know I'm predetermined, but I don't know how. So I worry, what if by mistake I miss what I am predetermined to do? This crazy situation where what if I miss the necessity? And yes, back to Hannah Arendt. It's such a simple but deeply true observation. She writes in that short text on the education that our common situation as parents, where today, who knows what will happen? War, hunger, chaos, and if a small kid, son, he, she, or it, I'm correct, I would like to be it. Not they, as they are now. Trans, because in my language it's extremely ridiculous. They is still used in Slovene, but as this extremely flattering case, like if you are with a mega authority, you ask him, what would they like me? And it's simply, but okay, what I want to say is that, let's say a child asks you, Father, what's happening? What's going on? I'm confused, I don't know, how will I survive? And wouldn't the only honest answer be to say, what do I know? What the hell? I'm also in a total mess. Sorry, guy, you are on your own, do it. It's totally true, but at the level of your subjectivity, it's a fake. So isn't this a beautiful paradox where, although it's true that you as a parent don't have this all-encompassing knowledge, you have heroically assumed it. Although you know it's a lie, and now I don't have time to go into it, this is not the same as the cynical approach advocated by some Lacanians, unfortunately, today, which is pretend that authority is authentic and so on, because otherwise there will be chaos. No, it's something, it's that you have to lie in the sense of acting with authority that you don't have, but you have to lie as the only ethical way left to you. So let's go on. The temptation to be resisted here is to continue to rely on our basic notion of nature and proclaim chaos as somehow unnatural. You see, this is the true anthropocentrism for me. When you look at chaotic nature, trees burning, blah, 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 and say this is not natural. No, sorry. Nature is unnatural. Everything is unnatural. What do I mean by this? Please, if you want to read a really good science fiction novel, read Liu Cixin's contemporary Chinese author. He's in trouble now, of course, politically. Maybe you read it. The three-body problem, about a planet far away from Earth called Trisolaris, which has three suns, which rise and set at strange, unpredictable intervals. So that the devastating hurricanes, droughts, floods, and so on, that's the state of things there. And I think maybe this is what we are approaching. We are thus, I claim, entering a new phase in which it is simply nature itself which melts into thin air. The main consequence also of the scientific breakthroughs in biogenetics is the end of nature. Once you know the rules of the construction of natural objects, natural organisms are transformed into objects amenable to manipulation. And I think we should accept this. This is why now I come to the lowest of my guilty pleasures. It wanted to be a big hit, but it failed. But I somehow enjoy it. You probably, if you've seen it, hate it. Did you see Roland Emmerich's last movie, Moonfall? It's horror, but you know what I like about it? The premise of the movie is that our moon is an artificial megastructure constructed by the ancestors of humanity. The plot of the movie is that moon is approaching Earth, and we send very easily, a couple of hundred of miles, astronauts there. They discover a hole on the moon, they enter it, and it's a beautiful description of how on the outside moon is chaotic, rugged terrain. The more you go in, the more you see machinery and so on and so on. I think that this is what is happening. That what people claim the end of humanity, the post-human era, where we will be able, through biogenetic and other technologies, to manipulate our mind, will also mean the end of nature. Nature, human and inhuman, is deprived of its impenetrable density. This compels us to give a new twist to Freud's title, Unbehagen in der Kultur, discontent, uneasiness in culture. With the latest developments, scientific developments, the discontent shifts from culture to nature itself. Nature is no longer natural, the reliable, dense background of our lives. It appears as a fragile mechanism which at any point can explode into a catastrophic dimension. This is why, again, while there are 3, 4, 5 modes of what I call false ideological ecology, for example, it's easy to enumerate them. The first one is simple ignorance. Ecological troubles are a marginal phenomenon, life goes on, nature will take care of itself. Then the next deviation, science and technology can save us. Just trust science. The next one, leave the solution to the market. Higher taxation of the polluters and so on. Then the already mentioned superego pressure, you are personally responsible, and so on. And sorry, just friendly gesture. And then 5, the worst of them all, the advocating of a return to natural balance, to become respectful children of our mother nature. I think that this is such a dangerous mythology. This is the most dangerous anthropocentrism. This idea, nature in itself follows some kind of a homeostatic balance, natural patterns, and then we humans, with our hubris, derail the natural rhythm. But just think about the fact that our main sources of energy, still today, oil, coal, are remnants of past catastrophes which occurred prior to the advent of humanity. And we are the outcome of these catastrophes. Every good historian of our Earth will tell you that without that mega catastrophe, which destroyed all dinosaurs and so on, there would have been no humans on our Earth. So, yes, there is Mother Nature, but it's a cold and cruel bitch, to cut a long story short. But this in no way entails that we should relax and trust our future. So, what is to be done? We are in deep mess. I just want to present you with problems. There is no simple democratic solution here. The idea that people themselves, not just governments and corporations, should decide what to do sounds deep, but it begs an important question. Even if the comprehension of scientists is not distorted by corporate interests, what qualifies them to pass a judgment in such a delicate matter? And we ordinary people have to rely on scientists. Plus, the radical measures advocated by some ecologists can themselves trigger new catastrophes. Let me take the idea of solar radiation management. The continuous massive dispersals of aerosols into our atmosphere to reflect and absorb sunlight and thus cool our planet. However, this SRM is extremely risky. It could decrease crop yields, irreparably alter the water cycle, and so on and so on. We cannot even imagine how the fragile balance of our Earth functions. This continuously confronts us with the deadlock of the contemporary society of choice. In the standard situation of the first choice, I'm free to choose on condition that I make the right choice, so that the only thing left to me is to do the empty gesture, pretending to accomplish freely what is in any case imposed on me. And this mechanism is not necessarily totalitarian. I think that our entire social identity is constructed in this way. There is a free choice, but you are given the freedom to choose if you make the right choice. And I will repeat now, sorry if some of you know it, one of my favorite old stories, it happened to a friend of mine when he was serving 40 years ago in the Yugoslav army. That after 2 weeks of introductory training, you had the big moment. All the soldiers were gathered in a big field, you repeated the oath, and then each of us has to sign his agreement, like I'm ready to sacrifice my life to defend my country, blah, blah. And a friend of mine did something breathtaking. He confronted the officer and says, am I obliged to sign this, or do I have a free choice? And the officer told him, of course you have a free choice, because otherwise it wouldn't oblige you. And my friend said, okay, then I refuse to choose. And the officer started to shout at him, would like to be arrested, blah, blah. And after 5-10 minutes of conflict, the officer was rather a stupid guy, I think, proposed this solution, and my friend still has this paper. It's on his wall as his most precious document. The officer wrote to him a piece of paper ordering him to freely sign the oath. This is not some totalitarian joke. That's how, at the basic level, our social identity functions. But today, the choice really is free. And it's, for this very reason, experienced as even more frustrating. We find ourselves constantly in the position of having to decide about matters that will fundamentally affect our lives, but without a proper foundation in knowledge. To quote my severe critic, who really hates me, John Gray, but here I agree with him, we have been thrown into a time in which everything is provisional. New technologies alter our lives daily. The traditions of the past cannot be retrieved. At the same time, we have little idea of what the future will bring. We are forced to live as if we were free. End of quote. Maybe this is why it is so difficult to act today. Adrian Johnson, one of our fellow travelers, Lacanian fellow travelers, characterized very nicely today's geopolitical situation as, quote, a situation in which the world's societies and humanity as a whole are facing multiple acute crises. Global pandemic, environmental disasters, massive inequality, ballooning poverty, potentially devastating wars, and so on. Yet, we seem unable to take the admittedly radical or revolutionary measures necessary to resolve this crisis. We know things are broken. We know what needs fixing it. We even sometimes have ideas about how to fix them. But nevertheless, we keep doing nothing, either to mend the damage already done or to prevent further easily foreseeable damage. End of quote. What does this mean? The situation today is not that. That's the paradox I wanted to impare on you. It's not that of, ideological mystification, like, they're telling us, no, it's not really ecological crisis. No, we are bombarded all the time by, all those metaphors. It's 5 minutes to noon, we should act, and so on. But somehow nothing happens. We cannot act. So the usual idea that the truth is in our acts, not in our lives, has to be turned around. Another of my guilty pleasures, I sometimes watch, it's over now, that TV series about that crazy doctor, House. In one episode, somebody says, even your actions lie. And that's the paradox today. Look at one of the most disgusting events, I think recently, it was when? A year and a half, 2 years ago already, that Glasgow conference about global warming. In some sense, all the right things were said there. We have to act now, blah, 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 blah. But we say it and things go on. And that's, again, today's cynicism. Why are we passive? Where does this passivity come from? Today's global capitalism generates apathy precisely because it demands from us permanent hyperactivity, constant engagement in its devastating dynamic. I want to give you here another example, very problematic politically for some of you, where also we can see how crucial it is, not only with regard to our sexual mess, but with regard to the political situation, how important this Freudian split is. I don't know if you followed it closely, but when on the 23rd of February, Russia attacked Ukraine, I was shocked by the reaction of my friends, which was a kind of a relief. Okay, now it will be quickly over. It's absolutely clear, if you read retroactively the documents, that our secret hope, desire, was that, okay, it will be over in 2-3 days, Russian commandos will take over Kiev, it's over, then we will complain a little bit, but life will go on and so on and so on. The real unexpected trauma is that Ukrainians resisted, you know. That was the big, we really don't like it, and no matter how much we try to help them now and so on and so on. But let me go on. The aftermath of the constant capitalist innovation is the permanent production of the piles of leftover waste. The obverse of the incessant capitalist drive to produce new and new objects are growing piles of useless waste, piled mountains of used cars, computers, and so on. Like, it's a wonderful place to visit, you should. The famous old plains resting place in the Mojave Desert. In these ever-growing piles of inert, dysfunctional stuff, which cannot but strike us with their useless inert presence, one can, as it were, perceive the capitalist drive at rest. Objects, that's why, if you want to ask me what to do, not at the level of actual change, but at the level of at least acquiring the distance from this crazy capitalist dynamic, I remember, I don't know if the fashion is still going on, but some 20, 30 years ago, when I visited Japan, the fashion was in full swing, the fashion of, maybe you met some of them, or read, the so-called, I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, shindogu, which means there was a whole fashion of producing objects which function, but function in such a crazy, useless way that you cannot commercialize them. It's meaningless. For example, there were glasses with, how do you call this, against rain? Windshield wipers, so that you can, or there are inverted umbrellas, so that when it rains, water is collected in a bottle and you can always drink fresh water. I find something so refreshing in this. Instead of being against technology, as it were, undermining it from within, you know, it's wonderful, it works, but it's, in some sense, it's meaningless. That's why I still like Andrei Tarkovsky's films, exemplary his masterpiece, Stalker, which takes place in a post-industrial wasteland with wild vegetation growing over abandoned factories, concrete tunnels and railroads full of stale water and wild overgrowth in which stray cats and dogs wander. Nature and industrial civilization are here again overlapping, but through a common decay. Civilization in decay is in the process of again being reclaimed by nature. That's why this is what I like about Tarkovsky's films. There is a lot of experience of a divine, sacred there, but it's not our usual Christian experience. It's not our filthy earth and then you look up. No, if you saw some Tarkovsky films, copy them. You get them on even on YouTube for free, like Stalker. His experience of the sacred is you are down on earth, you put your head in muddy water, as if the sacred is in the filth of this earth. Here I would like to, since some of you I know like Walter Benjamin, a wonderful notion of Benjamin's. He defined natural history as renaturalized history. It takes place when historical artifacts lose their meaningful vitality and are perceived as dead objects reclaimed by nature. And I think that to be a real ecologist today. This is the first step. To get rid of any notion of pure, pristine, real nature, to accept this weird, like living dead, nature which is not some real natural nature, but which is our civilization in its ruins being recaptured by nature. Here, I want to define this as something that already in the early years of the Soviet Union, that utopian moment, but this was, I cannot resist making a political remark. You know, in these utopian moments, Ukraine, as we know it today, was born. Did you notice something? Sorry, I cannot escape it. If you check it up, the two Putin's crucial speeches, 21st and 23rd of February, when he announced attack on Ukraine, did you notice that he critically mentions only one name? You know which name? Lenin. He said Ukraine was Lenin's invention. He even says that the proper name of Ukraine should be Ukraine named by, in Russian, Ukraine imeni Vladimir, named Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. And that's why, in a nice brutal irony, when they were taking down monuments to Lenin in Ukraine, he says, you want decommunization. Wait, when we will be there, you will get real decommunization. The point being, Lenin invented Ukraine. It's of course much more complex, but what I'm saying here is that that at that utopian moment, which ended up in failure, of course, but it's very interesting. Ukraine in the 1920s was maybe closer than other parts of the Soviet Union, a place for, it was destined to fail, but a place of some kind of socialist utopia. Like I would like to be at that point, you know that in a small Ukrainian town, I forgot which one, at some art academy, they were teaching in the same building the two opposite modernists, Chagall and Malevich. They hated each other, but that was the situation. Everything was bursting. Ukrainian language, which was also prohibited in the Tsarist times, became a proper language with dictionaries, grammar books being written, and so on and so on. Then with Stalin, it all changed. So what I'm saying is that in that utopian time, we got this wonderful expression, objects as comrades, to learn to treat natural objects as comrades. Now let me be very careful here. This doesn't mean the bullshit of, I communicate, this kind of fake neo-spiritualism. There is a spiritual dimension in nature, I communicate with, no, this is the stuff of King Charles, ex-Prince Charles, one of the great idiots who boasted in an interview 20 years ago, asked, what do you do in the evening? Where? I like to go to a garden and have a conversation with trees. No, thanks, you know. But it means accept our environment in all its complex mixture that includes what we perceive as trash or pollution, as well as what we cannot directly perceive since it is too large or too minuscule. Tim Morton's hyper-objects. Along this line, for Tim Morton, I disagree with him philosophically, but here he has some very interesting notions. Being ecological for Morton, a quote, is not about spending time in a pristine nature preserve, but about appreciating the wheat working its way through a crack in the concrete. It's also part of the world and part of us. Reality is populated with strange strangers. This strange strangeness is an irreducible part of every rock, tree, plastic statue of liberty, quasar, black holes, and so on and so on. So that's his idea nature is not pristine, nature is precisely this mixture of all forms of decay and so on and so on. Before I pass to the final part, I want just to give you two wonderful examples of how such mixture can function. Do you remember, you are close to Manhattan? I didn't experience it, but I read in the newspaper the fate of rats in Manhattan during the pandemic. Manhattan is a living system of humans, cockroaches, and millions of rats. Lockdown at the peak of the pandemic meant that since all restaurants were closed, rats who lived off the trash from restaurants were deprived of the source of their food. This caused mass starvation. Many rats were found eating their offspring and so on and so on. And then the horror is, some of my friends experienced this. When they opened the first restaurants only out, not inside, on the street, guests, customers reported that all the time rats were running between their legs because they were starved. They were desperately searching for food. This would be a nice view, you know. Why only pandemic for humans? What did it mean for rats? I can imagine an evil science fiction story in the style of Patricia Highsmith, read her, The Greatest, of telling the pandemic experience from the standpoint of rats, you know. The horror and my leftist rat dream. The rats tried to organize some war communism, you know, end of individualism for rats. Another example, which is even more tragic. You know that in 1958, at the beginning of the Great Leap Forward, the Chinese government declared that, this is official formulation, birds are public animals of capitalism because they are destroying harvest on fields and so on and so on. So there was a big public campaign to eliminate sparrows. Their nests were destroyed, eggs were broken, chicks were killed, millions of people organized in groups and hit noisy pots and pans to prevent sparrows from resting in their nests. So when they got tired, they dropped down and they were collecting. It sounds nice. And it was a totally successful campaign. There was just a problem. When the campaign was over, they all of a sudden discovered what positive function rats also played. Sparrows. They ate in the fields large number of insects and so on, so that rice yields after the campaign were substantially decreased. It was hunger, one of the conditions of the big hunger in that point. So that this is wonderful absurdity. In 1960, Chinese government had to buy from Soviet Union 1 million sparrows to repopulate them. So what's the problem with ecological awareness? Don't be afraid, I am approaching the conclusion. I want to quote a passage from George Orwell he wrote it in 1937, where he deployed the ambiguity of the predominant leftist attitude towards class difference. He claims that all progressive guys want poverty to disappear, classes to disappear, but they don't mean it. It's very perceptible observation. It holds for many so-called postmodern theorists today, I claim. You do all the critical analysis and so on, but basically you do this just to make it sure that things will not really change, you know. It's like me, I'm saying this from my personal experience. If there ever was obsessional neurotic, it's me. And I'm doing this, that a lot of academia functions like this today. You talk, we are in deep crisis, panic, and so on, but you talk just to make it sure that nothing will really change. How did I experience this? When I was, just for a couple of months, I couldn't stand it. In psychoanalysis, I talked all the time, the 10 minutes short Lacanian session that I was allotted. All the time. Why? Then I look deep into my heart. Because I was afraid that if I stop talking for a second, the analyst may ask me a really tough question. So you see the paradox. I was talking all the time to making it sure that nothing will change. And I think that this is how we are dealing today basically with ecology. So I will read a quote from Orwell. I will just replace poverty or class with global warming. Look now the quote. We all rail against global warming, but very few people seriously want to abolish it. So long as it is merely a question of ameliorating the lot of ordinary people, every decent person is agreed. But unfortunately, you get no further by merely wishing global warming away. Exactly, it is necessary to wish it away, but your wish has no efficacy unless you grasp what it involves. The fact that has got to be faced is that to abolish global warming means abolishing a part of yourself. Each of us will have to alter him, herself so completely that at the end, he, she, it will hardly be recognizable as the same person. And I take this very seriously, this statement. Namely, I had a certain, although I'm fascist, totalitarian privately, I lack state order, total control. I was for obligatory, vaccination. But I had a certain sympathy for those who opposed it, some American populist right-wingers, Agamben, because I think they got it. No, Agamben is not this, although strangely, it's so incredible how often today the apparent opponents speak the same language. I'm now finishing a new text of how we all make fun of Russia, but how Russian official Orthodox, Putin, Dugin and those guys, ideology echoes the most fanatical American New Christian populism. Like, are you following what is going now in Russia? Now, officially, it's not one nut guy saying it. Officially, the goal is no longer denazification of Ukraine, but de-satanization. Patriarch Kirill, the boss of Orthodox Church, gave an official claim a week ago, title to Putin, Chief Exorcist. And people are now talking of desatanization and so on, that Ukraine is no longer a normal state, but a kind of satanic cult regime, and that Western Europe is also becoming it, and so on and so on. I sympathize with those people who said, but this type of control, you cannot meet your fellows and so on. It definitely really affects, imposes us to renounce some features, how you socialize and so on, which we did spontaneously perceive as part of being human. This was real. So I think that's the difficult task ahead. We need more globalization, not less. We need global solidarity and cooperation more than ever. You remember, friends were sending me thoughts. It was horrible. You remember last summer, a year and a half ago in June, you remember there was a so-called heat dome in northwest of the United States, southwest of Canada, Seattle, Vancouver. Temperatures almost 50 degree Celsius, which means at that point, that part of United States, Canada was warmer than Saudi Arabia, the Middle East, and so on. But here I disagree with those who don't trust state authority and claim, no, ecology movement, it shouldn't be left to the state, it should be done from below, people fight locally and then only if necessary. No, sorry. If you look at, measure them by ecological criteria, those parts, northwest of the United States, southwest of Canada, were not doing bad. They were at the level of ecological measures pretty well. The problem is that this heat dome was the result of a global perturbation of how the air circulates in northern spheres of Arctic spheres of our planet. So this means that heat dome was a local phenomenon, but it is the result of global disturbances. So we cannot, it's meaningless to do it on the local level. The approach has to be global. Next point, and this is the really scary point. Science and technology today no longer aim only at understanding and reproducing natural processes. At the same time, we try to generate new forms of life that will surprise us. The goal is no longer just to dominate nature the way it is, but to generate something new, greater, stronger than ordinary nature, including ourselves. The dream that sustains the scientific technological endeavor is to trigger a process with no return, a process that would exponentially reproduce itself and go on its own. The notion of second nature, which is not thus society reified in new nature, but literally new monstrous form of life, something like what happened in the past from time to time due to pathological contingency, deformed cows with two heads, deformed trees, and so on and so on. I think that it is this horror that religion tries to domesticate today. That's why I agree with some Lacanians who claim that far from religion being threatened by new technological developments, religion is approaching its golden era. Why? Because it is this horror of new, as it were, artificial nature running out of control that religion tries to domesticate. This fear also has its clear libidinal dimension. It is the fear of the asexual reproduction of life, the fear of an undead life that is indestructible, constantly expanding, reproducing itself through asexual self-division, multiplication. And the greatest master to exploit this fear is the Catholic Church. Its predominant strategy today is that of trying to contain the scientific real within the confines of meaning. A quote, I'm now on very bad terms with him, but here he wrote something which I still conditionally agree with. I quote Jacqueline Miller, quote, "Far from being effaced by science, religion is progressing every day. Lacan said that ecumenism was for the poor of spirit. There is a marvelous agreement on these questions between the secular and all the religious authorities, in which they tell themselves that they should agree somewhere in order to make echoes equally marvelous. We see this because it is revealed that I skipped some part. Religion is planted in the position of unconditional defense of the living, of life in mankind as guardian of life, making life absolute. And that extends to the protection of human nature. This is what gives a future to religion true meaning, namely by erecting barriers to cloning, to the exploitation of human cells, and to inscribe science into tempered progress. We see a marvelous effort, a new youthful vigor of religion in its effort to flood the real with meaning. End of quote. So allow me just to finish. The Church's message of hope thus relies on a pre-existing fear. It evokes and formulates the fear against which it then offers a solution of hope and faith. The life that it promises in its defense of the culture of life is a reactive life, a defense against death. And no wonder that the predominant version of ecology is the ecology of fear that pushes us to plan measures that would protect our safety. How then, what to do here? Because this is, admit it, even if you are not religious, this is our common reaction. Horrible things potentially are the result of science, our intervention, and nobody wants to renounce science, but how to retain it within the confines of meaning. Meaning in the sense of global organic totality of humanity, its progress, and so on and so on. To really conclude, believe me or not, I will now finish with something that's already mentioned in some of my books. I think that the only rational, if we are still capable of rational thinking, solution is the opposite one. And it's not a utopia, it is already happening. To resuscitate what Alain Badiou, with whom I disagree, but here I still agree with him, called the eternal idea of revolutionary justice. What is demanded, the four components of Badiou's notion of justice are, first, strict egalitarianism, egalitarian justice. All of us who deal with ecology agree with this. All people should pay, ideally, the same price in eventual renunciations. One should impose the same worldwide norms per capita of energy consumption and so on and so on. So, justice. Then, terror. Absolutely, I'm for. Terror, of course, in the sense of ruthless punishment of all those who violate the imposed protective measures and so on and so on. You will say I am dreaming here. No, I'm not. The first step towards terror, as I gladly observed, you cannot have terror without whistleblowers. And I find an extreme ethical progress in the fact that in the last 10, 20 years, whistleblowers were elevated into new heroes. Are we aware that we are talking here about something that historically was associated with terror? Third thing, voluntarism. We should drop this standard Marxist reliance on history is on our side. No, as again Walter Benjamin put it, history is not on our side. If we let history go on the way it is, we are just approaching some form of collective suicide. Again, as Benjamin said, today the task of a revolution is not to help the historical tendency, but to stop the train of history, which runs towards precipice. So again, it's voluntarism in the good sense that we cannot rely, even, I think we should even renounce any subject. Now that nobody trusts the so-called old-fashioned working class, we are all, and this goes on from the 60s, in search of an ersatz, additional subject of emancipation. It can be, I don't know, third world traditional culture, like, as the fashionable people say, a possible site of resistance towards global capitalism. I totally disagree. I think that global capitalism always liked aboriginal local cultures to survive. I mean, just look at India, where the moment British imperialists took over India, their first idea was to strengthen Hindu religion. They reprinted all books. What they feared were Indians who would try to imitate them too much, becoming adept to technology. No. Every British imperialist was always ready to say, my God, we are so vulgar in the West, and modest Indian farmer has more wisdom than all our vulgar Western civilization, and so on and so on. So it's voluntarism, and last but not least, what is traditionally called trust in the people. Like, yes, terror, but genuine popular terror. Ordinary people denounce those in power. Now you will say I'm dreaming. No, I'm not. You know who wrote a wonderful text? I don't fully agree with him, but Joseph Stiglitz, the economist. He wrote, I don't know where, I read it in some Project Syndicate marginal site for comments. He had a simple insight. He says that now that we are caught in a war, Europe is approaching a war for Ukraine and also other global conflicts, we still act as if we can at the same time play the war, support Ukraine, but somehow keep safe our peaceful way of life. It can be done. He said you cannot win a war, even the war against ecology, with all normal civil market economy going on. We will have, don't be afraid, I'm not a militarist, although I'm also not a peacenik for peace. You know why not? The first problematic thing is that, just think about it. I think that whenever you have a situation of occupation, occupiers are always sincerely for peace. Of course, today in Palestine, Israel is totally for peace on the West Bank, because peace means we have it. So it's for me very problematic, this situation of peace. Now you will say, but now we are maybe approaching a situation of a deadlock of front in Ukraine. Maybe it's time to put pressure on Ukraine to accept peace. Maybe. But my counterpoint is, but are you aware that we are in this situation because we supported militarily Ukraine? Without Western support of Ukraine, Ukraine would have been long occupied, and so on and so on. So the stance, I cannot now advocate concrete measures. It's A, voluntarism without any guarantee in the big other. We don't have any higher necessity, natural order or whatever to rely on. We will be obliged to make tremendous risks. And the only way to avoid the trap, to avoid the catastrophe, is to withdraw from this, totally renounce this pseudo-ecological, I claim, because it mystifies nature, idea of a deeper meaning in nature, of a deeper meaning of phenomena. Yes, there will be catastrophes, but the worst thing possible is to read these catastrophes as signs of a deeper meaning. And it's very difficult to resist this push towards meaning. The story that I often repeat, maybe you know it, even in Israel, I made some of them, a sect not even so small, hundreds of thousands, which claims that the Jews, because they were too decadent in Western Europe before Hitler, they deserved Holocaust. They were guilty, that's the meaning of Holocaust. I find this terrifying, this projection of meaning, which makes things easier. So I advocate again what? much stronger global cooperation. Isn't it absolute? Just think even independently of what is ahead. Because of changing weather patterns and global warming, there will be much more immigrants, poverty, and so on. Things like this did already happen in the past, but they were usually resolved in a violent way. One nation moved, occupied another, and the stronger guy won, and so on and so on. We cannot, because of nuclear weapons and other things, we cannot afford a thing like this. So I think, and this is why I provocatively like to define myself as still a communist, not in the sense of the Central Committee decides. No, if anything, the 19th century, 20th century communism was ecologically worse than liberal democracy. But I claim that if there will not be some kind of, not abolishment of the market, but let's say socialization of economy, in the sense of we will have to make decisions, what to produce, how to coordinate, which cannot be left to the market. If we don't take this path, then we are lost. Thanks very much. I'm sorry if I was too long.
There's in fact time for a Q&A. We have a microphone here. Alonso will bring it to you. We have like another 30 minutes before we have to leave the room, so maybe keep it compact. I try to keep a list. I think the person in the blue sweater first.
Cheers, good to see you again since Birkbeck. About the end of nature, have civilization and technology disrupted the biological process of natural selection? With Hegel, therefore, are there rational principles organizing history? Could the Freudian pleasure principle be one of them, if not the most dominant of them all?
That's a nice, I like this question, like no bullshitting. I was afraid that this, your question, will be followed by 10 minutes of your own thoughts on it. Thanks very much. I would say, I read a book on this and it convinced me. It's that, you know that through its intelligence, even modest technologies and so on, in some sense, humanity itself disturbed the process of natural selection. In the sense that we violate, if we may call it, truly natural selection and so on. On the other hand, let's not mystify again natural selection as something authentic, the truly more capable, strong guy survives. All good, from Stephen Jay Gould on, or good evolutionary biologists, make it clear that it's not a question of the best guy wins. It's totally contingent. The best guy is on the top, then some small thing like some natural disaster changes the environment and the previous guy is on the top and so on. So again, first, don't mystify. I'm not saying you did it, but my idea, don't mystify natural selection into some kind of authentic process where true quality emerges. And second thing, beware that with humans, it's also a process of struggle for survival, blah, blah, but it functions the moment you have historical memory and so on, it functions in a different way. Cultural selection is not just, as some vulgar evolutionary guys think, the prolongation of natural selection. It's something totally different, and I like, in some of my books I wrote about it, this idea of how a certain, let's call it, sexual aesthetic concern was from the beginning, even in those so-called most primitive societies, an element of survival. For example, there are now, I like to read them, although I cannot judge how appropriate their theories are. The idea is that, we all admire, but at the same time think how stupid they are, those, if you find them primitive Stone Age hammers with just wood and on it a big stone fixed and so on. And the idea is that all this, the function was not efficiency. It was just this external spectacle, show of, how do you call the stupid animals who has these big mega feathers?
Peacock?
Sorry? Peacocks, yes. You know what's the big, my problem, you know what's the big problem with peacocks? You have these gigantic feathers. In what sense does this help you in your survival? It makes you much more clumsy and so on and so on. So the theory is that the message is precisely this one, a similar one, like why should all, if you are in love or presents to your beloved, in principle be useless. You don't give to your, sorry for my sexist perspective, if you like a girl, you don't give her socks or underwear. You give her a ring, gold, and so on, which is precisely totally useless. And the idea is that it's something similar in the case of a peacock. It's, you see, I'm so strong that I can carry on my back all this mega shit and I still survive. So I like this idea that there is a certain, as it were, very primitive aesthetic logic at work there. Also, I like the theory of some serious evolutionary theorists that language, even Daniel Dennett says at some point this, that language was not invented to tell the truth. Like, our language is not the prolongation of that stupid beast language, You make these movements, it means there are a lot of flowers down there. No, language is originally an instrument to lie. From the very beginning. So again, I think it's a very complex question. What you said, we have to clarify the terms more.
Okay. Here in the front.
Thank you so much for this talk. It was fascinating.
When you begin like this, I see you something your knife behind your back. Go to that point directly.
Oh my God. Okay.
I thought, are you a communist or a filthy liberal? You should say yes and wave a knife at me. Not this, oh my God. Attack. Okay.
I have a Latin American background, so maybe this question comes from there. There is this debate between conservatives and liberals, just to put it simple, on gender. I'm taking you back to the introduction, if you may. Where conservatives accuse liberals to spread an ideology of gender. And the liberal thinkers reject that as a false accusation, saying that ideology of gender doesn't exist. But I heard that in your introduction you actually used some kind of those phrases. So in what sense a gender ideology is an ideology, and why did you call it like that? How do you explain this rhetoric used between liberals and conservatives?
First, let me make my position clear and say something. Ideology, in our intellectual struggles, I think that this general culture war between postmodern liberals and traditionalists is a false war. Okay, but I don't want to get lost. Okay, to your precise question. Ideology. First, as I developed repeatedly in my books, I think that trans people experience, I'm still for sexual difference, but I don't conceive it as this fixed binary difference between masculine, feminine, but as a certain deadlock, trouble. I take the expression gender trouble maybe more seriously than Judith Butler, inscribed into the very basic constitutive structure of human sexuality. And often I think, as an old Hegelian, when you have this opposition, traditional conservatives attacking ideology of gender and gender attacking the opposite side as, again, binary patriarchal ideology and so on, I think that they both share something. Insofar as, how do you call it, the opposite side? The trans, LGBT, whatever. I oppose them only insofar as they share a feature, which is what? For conservatives, you have something like, it even doesn't have to be fully natural, but a certain traditional form, patriarchal family, sexual difference, and so on, which is the standard. And then they read what goes on today as the result of this, as the result of the gradual disintegration of these standards, with the obvious idea, let's return to the past. Of course, this is ideology if there ever was one. And I use here the term ideology. Let's not go into what it really means in a very commonsensical way. A, it's factually wrong, and B, it serves certain interests of those in power, men, blah, blah, whatever you want. But where do I disagree with some version of LGBT plus feminists? I already basically said it. For me, they enter ideology the moment they presume that in itself sexuality is some polymorphously perverse fluid state, you freely choose your identity and so on. And then from outside, due to social domination, this, as it were, free flow is controlled, disciplined by binary patriarchal logic. I think that the shit, the trouble, is already in human sexuality as such. And I will give you an example. I use it, I'm so sorry, in my last book, which is my favorite. Columnist in The Guardian magazine, Eve Weissman, wrote some 2 years ago an article where she is horrified at something which she considers totally terrifying, our today's decadence and so on. It is, I'm sorry if some of you know the story, she was watching, and I like watching them. I'm not a crazy guy who watches hardcore movies. I think they usually depress me so much that I think if you are an nymphomaniac or sexual perverse, the way to cure you is to make you watch these movies for hours every day if you don't get totally impotent and frigid. But she noticed something. They're very interesting. Movies about making a hardcore movie where you see the whole scene, you know, the couple or whoever doing it, and then behind the camera, okay. And in movie, I only rely on this lady's, on this woman's report. I didn't see it, but the way she describes it, it's traditional. On a bed, a guy is, sorry, I want to cut it short, screwing a lady, and in the middle of it, he stops, steps back, and says, my God, I'm sorry, I'm losing erection. Please give me my iPhone so that I go quickly to Pornhub. But you know the crazy paradox of this. What do you want? You have the real woman there. And as if that's not enough, you need Pornhub, you need the image to do it. But that's, I think, the structure of sexuality. You always need a fiction, a fantasy. You know, this is the fundamental gap in sexuality. That's why Freud's point is not whatever we are saying, we are cyclically thinking about sex. No, it's what we are thinking when we do make love, when we have sex. And the idea, it can be very strange things. For example, you know Ludwig Wittgenstein, the great philosopher? He was a little bit crazy, so when he was serving the Austrian army, he was regularly, in the First World War, he was regularly masturbating, and he wrote in his diaries, they were discovered recently and published by a friend of mine in Vienna, what his dreams were while he was masturbating. It was not screwing a man or a woman, whatever, it was debating with philosophers abstract questions, you know. And there is a truth in it. You don't have zero level healthy, normal sexuality is just my body, another's body. No, the structure is it's originally this gap. You have some nonsensical, stupid real, and it's all, you are always courting the danger that you appear, that you experience this brutal reality in all its stupidity. Look in a non-sexual way a sexual act. Can you imagine anything more stupid? It's pure stupidity. So you need fantasy support. And that's why now I will do something very nasty, referring a little bit to myself, but maybe some of you. I'm here too reflexive. Often it happened to me, sorry to be so open, but it's not too embarrassing. In the middle of sexual act, when I was still young doing it, I, as it were, fall out of it, you know, like I observed myself from, what am I doing here, my God, you know? Isn't this just this, and their fantasy has to enter. And, you know, you need a fantasy, but then fantasy can disintegrate and so on. Fantasy can disintegrate and so on and so on, you know. And again, I think that what I like potentially, all this LGBT stuff and so on, is extremely profound by making clear what a terrible deadlock sexuality is. But it becomes ideology when it falls into the trap of claiming that there is some zero level, even if they would not admit it. Zero level healthy sex, only secondarily disturbed by social oppression and so on and so on. I mean, sex is such a mess. In what sense? You know, there is oppression of certain way of enjoyment. But in sexuality, it always gets turned around so that you all of a sudden start to enjoy oppression itself. That's the basic mechanism of obsessional neurotics. You are ashamed of some of your secret desires, and you adopt or construct rituals to fight them. But then you start to enjoy these very rituals and so on. As now I will mention her in a positive way, as Judith Butler develops in one of her a book of essays, which is much better than her other stuff, I think on something desire and so on, I forgot. No, a later one, where she develops how the basic mechanism of psychoanalysis is that a repression of desire necessarily turns into a desire for repression. You start to enjoy repression itself. And as she admits it here, she is a good Hegelian, there is no way to step back out of this mess and say, oh, now I've reached pure, innocent pleasure and so on. So I think this is the only thing I have problems with some version of this LGBT stuff and so on. As if we get rid of patriarchal binary structure, we will enjoy a full, plural, whatever, unconstrained sex. No, we will not. The mess is constitutive. Sorry, I prefer not to go too far. Can we get, it's not hypocritical, but these were good questions, but quite often, and I'm not patronizing women, my God, I'm afraid of women. Should I not be afraid of women when in the last 20, 30 years? All good books on Hegel were written by women. It started with Gillian Rose, even the early Judith, Subject of Desire. Then you have Rebecca Comey, now you have... So I am afraid of women, they're getting too bright. So what I'm saying is that, I'm saying out of this sincere concern, can't we get some questions, even they are aggressive, from women, so that men will not...
Yes, woman to the front, please. Woman to the front.
Please.
Don't be shy.
I'm not a woman.
And even another thing, reference to you, I'm not changing the topic, when you said, I'm so sad I wasn't able to go into it, you know why? Because I just finished a book. All of this, what I have to say about universality and so on, is already in my books, but my favorite example, that's why I don't like Nation of Islam style black identity politics. For me, the true hero is his universal thinker, Malcolm X. He is a Hegelian genius, as I developed a couple of times. Why? You know what's his big trick? He assumes X. X stands for we will turn out of our African natural roots, we don't have identity. But his conclusion is not that roots bullshit, you know, now. We should now return, search our roots. No, it's that this gives us, blacks, a chance to become more free universal than white people. He asks a much more radical universality. He is, for me, again, one of the true, authentic, that's why he was killed. Because he was killed, probably, it's not clear, by the Nation of Islam guys, you know, who were precisely black identity politicians, and no wonder some of them, black identity politicians, have, like Louis Farrakhan is politically more on the right side and so on, you know. They fit perfectly with white fundamentalists and so on. All the white fundamentalist line is identity politics, wonderful thing. We just want also our own identity to be, you know. So the way to fight racism is precisely not to accept a particular identity as justifying anything. That's why I agree here with Gilles Deleuze, who said that any politics which has to refer to a specific experience, you know, like only a black single mother with AIDS can really know what means whatever. This is a catastrophe. All true emancipatory politics has to have this universal dimension in it. It doesn't mean you renounce your particularity, but you somehow read your particularity, that's crucial, as a sign of what is wrong in our universality itself. That's why I wrote a short text recently, very short, supporting what goes on in Iran now. It's an incredible event. Women protesting for their rights, blah, blah, you know the story, but they became the focus of it, in the sense that it's a wonderful event. Men somehow got the basic lesson that the only way to their freedom is to support women. Women are now the concrete universality there. You cannot be for freedom in Iran without supporting what women are doing now. Sorry, I got lost. The next one. Where is the woman who will ask questions? Or the cis or trans or whatever you want.
Yes, I see your hand there. Oh, Claudia Brodsky has a voice. Yes, Professor Brodsky.
thing that I want
But
to
you know that Hegel has many dirty jokes. They are just not quoted.
Yes, they're very fun. They're very fun. But I'm about to go teach a class that is on Hegel, right? And I'm thinking, oh, this will be so easy now. I can just introduce Hegel via Zizek's version of Hegel, which is a Lacanian version of Hegel. So let me just ask you this. Your version of Hegel, which is Hegel's version of Hegel, the opposites are not only not opposite, but they in some way need each other, etc., etc. That's everything that you've said, and it makes perfect sense. And like Hegel, you would like a global state, and I completely understand that. Like
Okay.
no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
And like Hegel, yes, it would be great to have the mandatory vaccination. I'm not disputing that myself. This is not meine Meinung right now. That's where Hegel is tending, and everyone says, oh, this is terrible, this is a universal spirit, we have to kill it before it spreads. Okay, this is my question for you. Because you've never really, because as a Lacanian, you're never going to address this question, which I respect.
Which question?
The question is, and what to do with mediation. That is, Hegel has something that you never, in some very important way to you, which I understand, and again I respect, you never really introduced the estranging fact of mediation. You're a perfect example of the indigenous cultures which are immediately made to look at these wonderful indigenous peoples doing their thing. The worst thing is when they become like us.
Yeah.
So, but however, we also have to make them into us because we need these people to serve us in a certain way that we can understand. So this is all true, right? And the fact that capital is constantly using this and exploiting this is all true. All of this is true. I couldn't agree more, right? My question is, Hegel has this other thing, which is not a Lacanian principle at all, called mediation, which doesn't mean, which for him is negation, right? Determinate negation. So it doesn't mean, it doesn't mean a happy medium. You understand? It doesn't mean what we're all doing here, and it certainly doesn't mean, well, I can choose to be whatever I want to do because I'm living in the happy medium or something like this. Without constraints, without determinate negation, or without what, like a while ago, you called trauma. So I'm just going to ask you this because although I've heard you speak before, I've never felt like it was so clearly Hegelian without the thought of mediation. You see, as if the mediation would somehow contradict the problem of the opposites which simply eat each other, right? Simply reflect each other and need to consume each other. It was also nice to hear Stephen Jay Gould mention that the fact that it's pure chance, or as Hegel would say, the animals, they look at something, they don't really reflect about its mystical being and its ontology, they eat it. It's like, that's not their problem. That's not nature's problem, right? We import this being, this mystical divine being to objects, sensuous objects, animals, they eat them. I mean, it's exactly what you're saying, but the animal is not mediating. And I'm not saying mediation is good. I have it's kind of mine, right? I'm not offering an opinion. I'm just wondering, since I'll never have the opportunity probably again, to ask you directly, und was von der Mitteilung? What about mediation? That's all. I'm not saying, again, good, bad, you've missed it, liberal democracy, blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing any of that. I'm asking you if you've ever had like a strong reflection on mediation. That's it.
I think, I didn't write a treatise on mediation, but I think that in some sense, all the time I'm talking about it. I'll give you a concrete example. What I improvised in a confused, tired way to your question. It's all about mediation. It's sex, even the most immediate one. Me and my partner. It's mediated through fantasy.
Absolutely, it's mediated through fantasy, and that's also a Lacanian principle, but it's not in the way that Hegel, I think, is talking about. That's all I can say. I know exactly what you mean.
Here I would.
That's also liberal democracy.
But
sells really well, but that's not. I think personally, I think that's one minor. I don't think that's what he's talking about.
I would love to go into this debate because you know what I think Hegel's secret. It's not just that everything is mediated and so on, is that every mediation has to finish in a new form of immediacy. For example, the state as the universal medium of social mediation has to have at its top the monarch, the king or queen, Hegel doesn't go into this, who is something totally stupid, determined by nature. He doesn't have to have any qualities, but as such, he is just a pure symbolic top. So here I disagree. Maybe I can give one hint in the sense of why I oppose what I call today predominant liberal Hegelians. And you can identify them immediately by one word, Anerkennung, mutual recognition. As if this is, no, Hegel is here much more tricky. I love him. No, but you know what I'm telling here? They have this liberal ideal of, in a good society, we all recognize each other. But which is for me the crucial Hegel's example of recognition. When he deals with death penalty, Hegel says, death penalty is the criminal's right. By condemning him to death, you recognize him as a responsible, rational being. And all liberal Hegelians, I spoke with, who is that guy who translated? No, apart from Pippin, of course, not Brandom also, but the other guy, Pinkert, yes. They all have a problem if I tell them, but do you accept this also? Death penalty means true recognition of the other. No, they want to have this ideal liberal notion of recognition. With Hegel, frankly, I would have to know more, because I think that I talk about mediation all the time. Mediation in the sense, I will now do something horrible. I know you know this joke. There is a boring joke that I literally repeated, I think, over 10 times in my last books and in dozens of talks. This is for me mediation at its purest. I'm so sorry to say it, but that joke from Ernst Lubitsch's Ninotchka, no? I go to a restaurant and say, can I get coffee but without cream, please? And the waiter says, sorry, we don't have cream, we only have milk, so I can only give you coffee without milk. That's mediation, because immediately coffee without cream, coffee without milk, and plain coffee are materially the same. But if you include mediation, they are not the same. Although materially plain coffee is the same as coffee without milk, but the logic of mediation means that bestimmte Negation means that negation overdetermines the identity, which is why I think, for example, feminism, authentic feminism arises when being a woman in an existing society is experienced as a specific negation, not just negation of being a traditional woman, but negation of other. Feminism begins by somebody tells you, you are a woman, do your job, wash the dishes, whatever, and you say, no, in being a woman in this society, I am a woman without cream, which means without, deprived of creativity, and so on and so on. So, but what I like in Hegel is that we cannot simply oppose mediation and immediacy. At its most radical for Hegel, every immediacy is in some sense a retroactive effect of mediation, in the sense that you don't go further in the sense of immediacy is getting mediated and so on and so on. Hegel's movement is, I think, more retroactive. You establish that what appeared as immediacy was always already mediated and so on and so on. So that's why I think that Hegel cannot be dismissed the way some philosophers of difference and so on try to get rid of him that, yeah, you have negation, mediation, but at the end, the spirit of or a big single object encapsulates all mediations. No, Hegel's view is, I think, much more, why not use the term desperate pessimist? For Hegel, reconciliation doesn't mean we are all friends. It means you reconcile with, you accept the very madness of the world. You don't try to encompass it. That's why, and this is what I like about Hegel, if people don't believe that Hegel is really a figure of mediation, incompletion, openness, look at his history of philosophy, where in the introduction he says the crucial thing. He says all that philosophy can do is to describe the existing spiritual order, socio-political system, when it is already in its decay. Hegel says philosophy always comes too late. That's why philosophy absolutely cannot say anything about the future. Because, and this holds even against Marx, I think, Hegel is fully aware that every image that we have of the future, no matter how utopian, is already mediated by our historical position. And Hegel is, as Pippin noted, Hegel was not, let's hope, an idiot, which means that these lines from Introduction to Philosophy of Right obviously hold also for his system in philosophy of right. Hegel is not describing there the ideal soft fascist corporate system. He is describing a form which already was in decay in his time, which is why very important. Hegel's last text, a critique of this English reform bill, which introduced more first step towards general vote, Hegel is horrified by it because he sees something that he cannot grasp, something totally new is emerging. So my paradox is that Hegel, far from being that idiot who had absolute knowledge in the sense I know everything, Hegel is maybe the philosopher most open to future, much more than Marx. I think I advocate a Hegelian materialist critique of Marx. Sorry, I will get lost, but I appreciate your point, but this would be a wonderful session. Forget about these concrete problems and so on, but, you know, to have a talk not about nature, ecology, these actual problems, but about, let me give a pre-Socratic twist to your question, the one mediation and the absolute, like, and then we have a big orgasmic colloquium with intellectual orgasms just remaining at this level. Thanks very much. Where are we now temporarily?
I think we're pretty much at the end. Unless you still have
like the dog's hits, it's the end, my friend.
But I mean, if you still have energy and
you want one more.
One more, okay. There's another one.
Fine. So that we at least realize this yin-yang balance. You know?
How about we collect the two questions together? Is that fine?
Okay.
So first.
If there is a relationship between modern sexual identity politics and the destruction of the environment, which rests in a liberal secular idea of the autonomous self, which is a legacy of the European Enlightenment, which is why, for example, the countries where the sexual revolution has happened are also the countries at the forefront of the environmental destruction, then does the pouring into Europe and Western countries of refugees who come from a culture which you in many places have described as being incompatible with modern Western values, especially when it comes to questions of gender and sexuality, does that offer a hope for the future? Insofar as those cultures who are bringing these sexual mores may also be bringing ideas that are more better for the environment.
I will give you a terrifying answer.
Wait, can we just...
You will agree with. I'm an idiot. I like to one after one. I think, and for this I was proclaimed Eurocentrist, racist, and so on. I think that the very conceptual apparatus which we use to criticize European Eurocentrism, imperialism is still profoundly embedded in European tradition of enlightenment. And I think that that's why I know some people from there disagree with me, but I still think that the highest moment of enlightenment and French Revolution is the Haiti Revolution. Without Haiti, Black Revolution, the French Revolution would have been a local effect. And I'm not a racist here. I'm not saying, oh, we Europeans had a great idea and then even the black slaves copied it. No, only they made, again, we are back at concrete universality, only through Haiti Revolution, the French Revolution, equality, fraternity, became truly universal. They were in acts much, and Hegel acknowledged this, it's very nice. They were the true universalists, and all the honor goes here to Jacobins who saw this. They immediately fully recognized New Haiti, in contrast to Napoleon, who was a bad guy here. No? Napoleon sent the army there, which a glorious moment, which was defeated by the slaves. So what I'm saying is that I don't think that here I had a disagreement with my otherwise good friend Alain Badiou, who, first, are you Spanish from Latin America? From? Oh, wonderful. I'm always, now I will hurt somebody else. I always prefer Pakistan to India. I think that Indians, at least the Hindu Indians, have a much more violent sense of identity and so on. And? Yeah, first, I'm not enough of an, I don't know enough to claim what is the political unconscious of the Pakistani youth and so on and so on. What I'm just saying is, and this will be much more problematic, it is that I don't think that the way to defeat European imperialism, racism, and so on is that immigrants will bring some different, and so on, and so on, and so on. You end up there in something like, because you know that this motive is now constantly repeated by Putin and Russian propaganda. Our defense, not attack in Ukraine, is part of the global struggle against Western domination, but then you see which are the countries that support them. Afghanistan, Iran, and so on and so on. Especially, I find problematic the case of Afghanistan, where, as you probably know, when Taliban took over, they immediately made a deal with China, which was a very brutal, pragmatic deal, which was China will leave them alone to do their Islamist stuff, but Taliban promised you do all the anti-Muslim stuff with Uyghurs there, and we don't care about that. And I am definitely against this type of multiculturalism, which means I leave you your oppression, you leave me alone in my oppression. Whenever I think that the ultimate form of racism, I always distrust it, is a European, not you, a European discovering some depth which can help us in another more, what would be the politically correct term for pre-modern society. There is always a fantasy there. That's why I am good friends with some native, you call them Native Americans. They hate the term. Because they claim, we are Native Americans, so we are native, what are you, cultural Americans? You are cultural? Well, they told me if they hate something, is this idea white people coming and say, we admire you, we are so decadent, we destroy nature, you have holistic relationship to nature. They hate this so much, and I know a Native American guy, I love him, who wrote a book on, this is true fighting racism, who wrote a book on killing the buffaloes and claimed it's not the white, we Indians screwed it up, we killed more buffaloes than the white, and so on and so on. It's crazy position, but you know what's his point? That the worst form of racism is if this patronizing elevation of the other as more authentic, and so on and so on. So in this sense, I don't believe that progress is with either we Europeans simply learning something from the third world, or I'm also against European racism, like in the sense that they should adopt European enlightenment, they will become civilized, and so on, so on. It's more of a mess, to put it like this. Sorry, let's have the lady.
Hi, my question is, if you are making a science fiction film, but interpret science fiction loosely, because obviously the problems are not going to be solved with science alone, with like the most talented artists in the world, like what would be in that film in terms of like, I don't know, themes that people haven't explored enough, or things that you haven't seen enough, or like just anything you would want to see in it?
Well, that movie, I can already have an answer, not that I made it, but you know, the novel, it's much more complex, the story that I mentioned, this Liu 16 or whatever, how do you call it, 3, I forgot the title, 3 Solaris, 3, yeah. You know, something mysterious is happening with that movie. They made a mega production in China. I already saw trailers and so on. All of a sudden, it disappeared. Okay, in China, things like this happen, you know. Then, the rumor was that some big, some big Western company, Amazon even, I think, they wanted to move into it, bought from a tremendous amount, $500 million, bought the copyright. But this was 3-4 years ago. Again, nothing happened. And maybe this is a good sign, you know, that there is something so traumatic in that novel that there is resistance to it, to do it. But to return to your question, I cannot give you, I'm too stupid. My imagination is not good enough to give you a simple question. I just tell you that that genre, which was alive a couple of years ago, I don't think it goes on. What was that movie? I forgot the title, not so well-known actors. I think a woman directed it it's this, I like these simple science fiction movies, not Star Wars, whatever, but just something small, simple happens, like, what was that one where, you remember, a ship lands somewhere? Yeah, Arrival, yes. It's so modest, it's a modest movie, but I loved it immensely, you know. I like these, apparently, commercially, B-level movies, which are much more liberating in this sense, you know. But I don't even know what's happening. And yes, now to finish with something for which, again, you will hate me, it's politically maybe not even incorrect, just in my circles, it's fashionable to despise it. Although it's stupid, simplified, inconsistent, but oh my God, it's so horrible. Up to a point, I enjoyed Don't Worry, Darling. Did you see it? Because I like this idea that the world we live in is sustained by a dream, which is literally true. the way the world we live in is sustained by an ideological dream. And you know that, of course, all my sexist friends accuse me, oh, you want to screw Olivia Wilde, so you sublimate this into you like. But no, there is another movie, did you see it? Prisoners, I think. Some 10 years old series, which is based on another blah blah, where they have similar situation, but with a wonderful detail. A guy, again, like here, awakens in a very strange, secluded universe. There is a city and life goes on, life's normal, but strange things happen. And then the solution is that they all live in a dream. There is a woman on Earth which has such strong dream ability, and she, with her constant dreaming, sustained their world, but there is a wonderful detail. I like these details. All of a sudden, in this universe, it's again, as in Don't Worry Darling, it's desert and so on, gaps appear, like a big hole. All of a sudden, part of the ground disappears, infinite hole, and the reading is that she has disturbed dream, you know, and it's experienced as, this is a very good metaphoric description, I claim, of our ideological situation. So I must say, I don't like, not because, no, I'm not a snob, the space opera bad. No, they are simply more or less boring for me. And I even think my great disappointment in Star Wars is that the one that I was most looking forward to. What was part 3, where Anakin becomes Darth Vader? I all the time was intrigued into how they will stage this. They do it in a totally stupid, wrong way, because he is too much in love with Natalie Portman or whatever, and so on, and then and then becomes like too attached to her, and so on. No, okay, now I will tell you a dream which comes to me. It's madness. To reshoot Star Wars, but from the opposite Stalinist way. Palpatine, the Emperor, and Darth Vader are good emancipatory, universalist, egalitarian dictators, and they fight some old feudalists, those disgusting creatures like Yoda who wants to mess with it and so on, you know, to reshoot it by celebrating the empire, you know. That would be my ideal of that one. That's why I also liked the Game of Thrones. I think the ending, I was all the time on that, how was he called, Daenerys, the girl dictator. I think he was a progressive dictator, and at the end it's very sad. She is liquidated, and you remember, it's I think consciously a sad ending. The new power circle gathers, and they said, democracy, what's this? And they decide the first two things is rebuild the army and the brothels, and so on, you know. It's not simply denouncing her as totalitarian and so on. If I were to make that series, I would put a little bit more pressure on her being the good hardliner, you know, and they are kind of it's like Thermidor, no? No, so I don't have big original idea. I just like to think in these terms, you know, how to change this, how to change that. But my basic tendency, as you can, like, I'm not a snob, but through Sophie Fiennes, I know Ralph Fiennes, vaguely, the actor. And he plays the bad guy Voldemort in Harry Potter movies. And I told him, but the final movie where his gang, the bad guys, attacked that stupid castle and they failed. And I said I would reshoot it. He, Voldemort, is a good progressive people's leader, and they attacked that magician castle as the ruling class university and so on, you know. It didn't go well with him. Because I gave to him another idea. You know, he now is M in James Bond, no? And I said, I hoped so much that it will turn out that you are really a bad guy, like maybe Blofeld's illegitimate son or whatever. And he said, no, I'm tired of these roles of a pathological bad guys. I want to be finally a good guy. And I didn't tell him, but my idea was, ha, so you want to be like just another boring good guy. That's what awaits you, no? So again, along these lines, I like to see the ambiguities and I'm for a long time obsessed, I love this, with this idea of take a classical work of art and rewrite it with a different ending. For example, unfortunately, there are not many opera lovers here properly. But do you know Puccini Tosca, where at the end, she thought that she bribed and before killing him that and then she said, he is shot. She thinks, he survived, and then she noticed with horror, her lover is really dead, so she jumps down. Alain Badiou gave me, and musically it could be done. There are long enough passages. This change, if you know the ending, like she lies dead and she, Mario, and runs and jumps down, that she jumps towards the precipice, that Angel Castle to jump down, and then he moves, he says, no, Tosca, I was just kidding, I'm really alive, and then embrace, and you can use the same triumphant music which would have fit even better, That's the limit of my creativity. I don't have strong enough creative imagination, to invent the entire new story. But on the other hand, unfortunately, maybe I'm really a secret totalitarian or what, I like this northern dark myth, Nibelung, Beowulf, and so on. I don't like this Mediterranean too bright. I like the idea of everything ends bad, it's a nightmare, and so on. I'm a pessimist, you know why? Because the final moral lecture to you. We pessimists are really the only people who can be moderately happy. Because you're a total pessimist, and then fuck it, from time to time something happens which is not too bad. If you are an optimist, you are basically all the time disappointed, I think, So I'm a pessimist believing in miracles. Not supernatural miracles, but for example, look now at Iran, and so on and so on. Miracles happen, miracles only in this sense of political miracles, no? Thanks very much, and I hope I will